You lie with your eyes closed, the dark behind your lids not empty, but humming, faint vibrations of things you haven't done yet, things you should have remembered, things that slipped through your fingers like water. You're still here, still awake, and even though your body has given up on moving, your mind hasn't settled into its place. It keeps returning to the recipe you started last night. How it felt to measure flour by hand instead of using a scale. How the butter broke apart in the bowl before you could smooth it out. How you left the page open beside the sink with no real intention of coming back. That half-formed dish still exists somewhere between memory and possibility, waiting for closure that never comes. And one gentle note before we go further: this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. And then there's the plant, its leaves drooping slightly now, curled inward like someone folding their hands in prayer. Or maybe just surrendering to neglect. You remember noticing it this morning when you passed by the window, but not before your thoughts had already drifted down another path. The soil is dry beneath its surface, cracked into small maps of absence, and yet you haven't picked up the watering can. Not because you don't care, but because caring doesn't mean action. Sometimes it means standing still in front of something that needs attention, while your mind floods with all the other things that also need to be done. Then there's the note, the one you wrote for yourself on a scrap of paper that was already too worn at the edges. You remember writing it down as a promise, or perhaps just an anchor. Remember what she said, or don't forget the meeting today, or maybe even something softer like you're allowed to rest. But when you went back later, looking for confirmation in your own handwriting, it was gone, no trace, no shadow of its presence. It didn't vanish into a trash can, wasn't tucked behind a bookshelf, just not there anymore. Like the thought had taken flight before you could catch it. You've been lying here like this for some time now, perhaps an hour or more. Not sleeping, but suspended between waking and falling your body heavy with fatigue, your mind sharp with unresolved loops. You don't want to lose these things. Not the recipe, not the plant, not even that note. You fear that if you let them go completely, something important will be erased from your life, as though forgetting were a kind of violence. But here's what's true. This isn't about whether you'll remember or act on any of it. It's simply about how much space in the quiet dark is being taken up by thoughts that are not urgent and yet feel urgent because they're unresolved. The brain doesn't know the difference between a real deadline and a lingering question. It treats all unfinished things like open wounds bleeding quietly, demanding attention. And so you stay awake, not out of resistance, but because there's no safe place to put these fragments right now. You don't want to forget them. That part is honest. But you also can't hold on any longer. So let me offer you something small instead. Not a plan, not a checklist, not another thing to do in the middle of the night. Just this one idea, this permission to place each of these things where they won't be lost, but also won't keep running through your mind like ghosts with unfinished business. Imagine a quiet room inside you, not large, just enough for 3 simple objects: the recipe card, the plant pot, and the note. It's not a real room, really, just a space that feels warm, soft, and private. The walls are lined with fabric, like old quilted cloth in pale blue or cream. There's no door, but you don't need one. You can step inside whenever you want, even when your eyes are open. Now think of the recipe, not because you need to bake it tonight, not because you'll ever make it again, but because you wrote it down with care. You measured by hand, you stirred slowly. That act meant something. So place that piece of paper gently on a small table inside the room, not for storage, but as an offering, as proof that you noticed. Let it sit there unjudged. Now bring in the plant, the one sitting beside the window with its leaves beginning to brown at the tips. Don't fix it now. Don't even water it yet. Just imagine lifting it up carefully and placing it down on a shelf inside the room. The soil still dry, the stem slightly bent from thirst, but it's here now, safe, not ignored, not abandoned. It doesn't need to be revived just because you brought it in. You've taken responsibility for its presence without needing immediate resolution. And then the note that disappeared, the one with your own handwriting on it, the one you couldn't find later. That moment when the paper vanished is real, yes, but so is your memory of writing it. So place that feeling inside the room too. Not the words themselves, those are gone, but the weight of having written them. Let that intention rest in the corner like a candle, flickering softly. This space isn't about fixing anything. It's not about making things better or more complete. It's just a holding place for what has already happened, what you've already thought, and what still matters to you, even if it can't be acted on right now. You don't have to check in later. You don't need to return to this room every night. But when your mind starts to drift back, when the recipe comes up again, or the plant appears in a flash of guilt, or that lost note surfaces like an echo, you can send it there instead. Not because you're dismissing it, but because you've already acknowledged it. You're not forgetting. You're letting go not of the value, but of the weight. Now let your breath slow just slightly. Notice how each outflow feels longer than the last. The air moves through your chest like water through a quiet stream. No rush. No need to push forward. Let your hands rest on top of your body, palms up as if waiting for something light to land there. They don't have to do anything. Just be present. Feel the warmth where skin meets fabric. If you feel tension in your shoulders, let them drop. Not because they're supposed to, but because this moment is not asking for effort. Now focus on the sound of your own breathing, not to control it, but simply to notice its rhythm. It's steady, even if faintly uneven. That's okay. The body knows how to breathe whether you're aware or not. Let that truth sink in. Your breath doesn't depend on thought. It moves through you regardless. And with each exhale, let one more thing drift away, not the memory of what happened, but the need to keep it alive inside your head. Send a fragment of the recipe into the room. Then the image of the plant. Then the feeling of writing that note, its shape, its weight, the way your hand moved across the page. Each time you exhale, imagine one more piece being placed gently on the shelf. Not lost, just released from constant replay. The dark is still there. You're still lying down. But something has shifted, not in the world outside, but inside where thoughts live. The loops are not broken. They're just no longer your only path. There's another place now, a quiet room with soft walls and space for what matters without demanding action. Your mind doesn't have to protect everything from disappearing. It can let go of the need to remember every detail in order to be faithful. You've already honored them by noticing. That's enough. Let your arms feel heavier now, as if they're slowly sinking into the bed beneath you. Not because they're tired, but because there's no reason not to. No one is watching. No one expects you to stay awake. The breath moves in and out with less effort each time. You don't have to follow it. It doesn't need your help. Just let it happen like a wave returning, even if slowly, even if quietly. You're still here, in the quiet between breaths. The room hasn't changed, just your way of being inside it. Your hands stay open on top of your body, like two small vessels waiting for nothing at all. There's no need to fill them. No instruction is required. You don't have to decide what comes next, because you're not in charge right now. The mind can rest from the task of planning, even if only for this one moment. Feel how the weight of your arms settles deeper into the bed. Not all at once, just a little more with each passing second. As though gravity is softening its hold, giving permission to sink without consequence. You're not falling away from anything. There's no risk in letting go. The body knows how to rest when it isn't being asked to do something else first. Outside the window, there's still darkness, but it feels different now, less like absence and more like a quiet presence. Like fabric drawn over everything, thick and soft. Not cold, not empty, just full of waiting. And inside you, that same kind of thickness has begun to form, not pressure, not tension, but a slow gathering of stillness. It's moving in from the edges, seeping into where thoughts used to cluster. There's no need to chase it. no need to name it. You don't have to understand what it is or why it's there. It simply arrives like light after long rain, quiet, unannounced, already present even if you didn't notice at first. Let your breath drift down again, not deeper this time, just quieter. The kind of quiet that doesn't come from holding back, but from letting go completely. There's no reason to keep it steady or deep or purposeful. It moves on its own, like a leaf drifting across still water, no direction, no urgency. Just the natural way things float when nothing is pushing. And with each breath, imagine you're not just breathing out air, but also releasing something small and unimportant that has been sitting too long in your chest. Not a thought, not a memory, something smaller than that, a feeling of resistance, a habit of checking, the impulse to fix what isn't broken. That tiny knot behind the ribs where effort lives, even when no one asked for it. Let it go with nothing more than a slow outflow, like steam rising from an old kettle left on low heat. It doesn't need a name. You don't have to see it or feel its shape. Just let it rise and fade into the dark space above you like smoke, unobtrusive and brief. Now bring your attention down, not toward any part of your body in particular, but just gently, softly, as though tracing the path of something unseen beneath your skin. Not searching, just sensing, like fingers moving slowly over a surface they've never touched before. There's no need to find anything specific, only to be aware that sensation exists. The warmth under your hands isn't just fabric and flesh, it's memory too. The way sunlight used to fall on the same spot in summer, how it felt when you first lay there, after waking from a dream you couldn't remember, but still carried with you. It's not about the past. It's only about now, this moment of feeling. You're lying on something that has held your weight many times before. Maybe it remembers more than you do. Or maybe it doesn't remember at all. But it still supports you exactly as needed, without judgment or demand. Let yourself believe this. There is no failure in rest, no loss in not doing. The bed does not care if you're productive or unfinished or remembering things wrong. It It simply holds you, and that is enough. If a flicker of guilt comes, the one that says you should be doing something, writing it down, checking on the plant, finding that note asterisk, let it pass through like dust in sunbeams. Not resisted, not welcomed, just seen and left behind, as though it were just another breath moving by. You don't have to keep track of every thought. You're not responsible for holding them all upright. The mind doesn't need your help to do what it does. It knows how to wander. It knows how to return. And when it returns, you'll already be waiting, not in the room with the candle, but here, right now, where stillness is possible. There's a softness building behind your eyes. Not fatigue, not sleep yet, but a kind of quiet that comes from not having to do anything. No planning, no revisiting, no need to make sense. It's just being present in the dark, with nothing else required. The air around you feels thicker than it did at first, not heavy, but rich, like something is slowly forming beneath the surface. Not a shape, not an idea, just the feeling of space growing where there used to be pressure. Let your shoulders drop further, not because they're tired, but because they don't need to stay up anymore. There's no one watching, no record being kept, no list waiting in the corner with your name on it. You can let them fall like old leaves loosening from a branch in autumn wind, slowly, without resistance. Your feet are still there beneath the covers, not cold, not restless. They're just present, as if they've been expecting this, the chance to stop being ready for anything at all. Imagine your body is made of layers. The outermost one, your skin, is simply a boundary that doesn't need to protect you right now. No danger comes from letting it be soft. No harm in lowering its guard. The inner layers can stay safe without needing locks or alarms. The dark isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names, don't demand attention, don't want anything back. Just space, just silence, just the quiet hum of a world moving on its own. You're not trying to reach sleep. You're just letting your body forget how to resist it. Let your breath slow even further, not forced, but natural. as though each exhale is longer than the last, because something inside you has decided that effort isn't necessary anymore. Let yourself believe that stillness doesn't require action to be real. You don't have to remember what the recipe was. You don't need to know if the plant survived or how many words were in that note. The mind will keep trying to hold on, but it's okay, because you've already placed those things where they can rest, not forgotten, not abandoned, just released from needing to be carried. The room is still there, though you're not thinking about it anymore. It's like a place you know exists even when you're not walking through it. You don't need to go back. You don't need permission. It simply holds what was given to it without complaint, without expectation. And now your hands are lighter too, not just the weight of them on top of your body, but the way they feel in relation to everything else. Not needing to grip or hold or protect. Just open. You're not trying to become something else. You're not becoming calm or focused or asleep. You're simply letting go of the need to be anything at all. The air moves through you like a slow tide, rising and falling without any effort from your part. Like water in a deep underground stream, moving silently over stones that have been there for centuries. It doesn't rush. It doesn't stop. It just flows because it can. And with each outflow, something shifts, not in the world outside, but inside you. A quiet letting go of the need to remember every detail as proof that you cared. You did care. You already wrote the note. You already thought about the recipe. You already saw the plant last night. That's enough. No one is asking for more. There's no scorecard, no audit, no reason to keep running through things again and again. You're not failing because your mind won't stop thinking. You're not weak because you can't shut it off. You're just human, and this body knows how to rest when given the chance. Let the edges of your awareness soften further, like light fading at dawn. Not disappearing, just becoming less sharp, less urgent. Your thoughts no longer need a place to land. They don't have to stay in motion. There's nowhere else to go. No one waiting for answers. Nothing left to fix. You're not alone here, not because there's someone with you, but because the silence itself feels like company. Like it has always been holding space just for this moment, just for you. You're not holding your breath anymore, though you didn't realize it had started. Your chest isn't tight with waiting. It's open, not because you've made it so, but because something deeper has chosen to soften. The air flows through you like a slow river beneath stone, and the rhythm is no longer yours to control. It just is. You don't need to make it steady. You don't need to fix it. There are no rules about how breathing should feel when you're not trying to do anything at all. The recipe from last night, still there in the quiet between your thoughts, like a half-remembered melody. Not sharp or urgent, but present, like an old book left open on a table after reading. You don't need to read it again. It doesn't matter if you remember every ingredient or whether the oven was hot enough. What matters is that you began, that you tried, and now that's done. The thought isn't gone, it just stopped needing your attention. It no longer has power, because it no longer needs a home in your mind. The plant, its leaves still green, even if they're thirsty. You don't need to see them to know they're there. They exist without being witnessed, without being fixed. The soil is dry, but not dead. The roots are still waiting for water like you wait for sleep, not with anxiety, just with quiet patience. And when the time comes, it will come. Not because you've decided it should, but because it's been ready all along. The note, what was written there. You don't need to know. It wasn't lost in some failure of memory. It was given a moment and then released into the air like smoke from a candle that burned out quietly. Some things aren't meant to be held on to. They're meant to pass through you, leave behind no trace but their warmth. You didn't lose it. It simply fulfilled its purpose to remind you of something for just long enough. There's no need to reconstruct anything. No reason to turn back and retrace the path. The mind is not a machine that needs cleaning out. It doesn't owe you answers. It can be quiet without being empty. You don't have to fill every silence with meaning. There's no requirement to explain why your thoughts keep returning, or how long it takes for them to settle. The room still holds the shape of what was there before your body lying in bed, arms at your sides, feet relaxed on the covers. The sheets are soft and worn from use, not because they're old, but because they've learned how to carry weight without strain. They don't ask anything of you. They just stay where they are, covering you like a second skin that doesn't mind being still. You're no longer trying to keep track, no longer counting the things left undone, or measuring your worth by how many mental tasks remain unresolved. You've stopped asking whether you did enough, whether you were present enough, whether this moment could have been better if only you'd remembered something sooner. There is no such thing as a perfect version of now. Your thoughts are not running away from you. They're simply moving through the space they've always had, like birds passing over an open field at dusk, without needing to land or pause for recognition. They don't need your permission. They don't require applause. They just exist in their own quiet way. And so do you. You are not behind. You are not ahead. You're simply here with the air in your lungs, the weight of your body on the bed, the slow pulse beneath your skin that doesn't care if it's being noticed or recorded. The world outside hasn't stopped turning because you've slowed down. The streetlights still glow at their own pace. Cars pass by in patterns they don't explain to anyone. Birds fly without explaining why. You're not responsible for knowing how the system works. You don't need to understand what keeps things moving forward. All you have to do is let yourself be part of it. Just as you are, no adjustments needed, no corrections, no apologies for being a little messy or tired or distracted. Let your body forget where its edges are. Let it blur into the mattress like ink spreading in water. The line between skin and air is thinning. There's no boundary that needs to stay firm. No need to protect yourself from something you've already survived. The past hasn't left a wound. Not really, just a memory of one, which now feels distant, like a sound heard through thick glass. Your hands are open again, not because they were clenched before, but because the need to hold on has slipped away without your noticing. You don't have to clutch anything anymore. Not memories, not worries, not even the idea that you should be doing something better with this time. There's no prize for being productive in stillness. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that never speak, but are always there, the hum beneath a floorboard, the weight of dust on a shelf, the slow turn of stars above rooftops that don't care if you're awake or asleep. These things aren't waiting for your attention. They're just existing like they've been doing for centuries. And so can you. Your mind doesn't have to stop thinking for it to be quiet. You don't have to erase the recipe, the plant, the note, all of them still in the world, even if they're not in your head right now. The brain isn't a vault that needs locking shut. It's more like a house with many rooms, some lit, some dark, and all of them empty when no one is using them. You don't have to clean every room just because you passed by. You don't need to turn on the light in each one. Some are fine left alone. Some don't require your visit at all. Let that idea settle not as a thought, but as a feeling in your chest. A softness where anxiety used to live. Not because it's gone, but because you've stopped fighting with it. You're not trying to banish it or replace it with calm. You're just allowing space for both, the remembering and the forgetting. The darkness isn't hiding anything from you. It doesn't have secrets. It simply lets go of needing to be seen, understood, or explained. You don't need to name what's in your mind right now. Not even if it's a feeling about the plant, whether it still stands upright, whether its leaves are drooping slightly at the edges. You don't need to fix that either. It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that you're not trying. You're just here, lying down, breathing slowly, not making anything happen. There's no checklist of what sleep should look like, how long it takes, whether your thoughts should be quiet or loud, whether you should drift off in 5 minutes or 20. None of that matters. What matters is this: the act of letting go, not because you've succeeded at something, but because you're tired enough to stop pretending. Your body isn't trying to be anything. It's just following its own rhythm, like a clock whose hands don't need to keep time for anyone else. The minutes aren't important. The hours are not measuring progress. You're not behind or ahead on your schedule, not even in your own mind. There is no tomorrow that needs preparing. There's no version of you who must be more focused, more present, more capable than the one lying here right now. You don't have to earn rest by being good enough first. The air moves through your ribcage like a slow tide, returning not from the sea, but from inside. You feel it as warmth spreading downward, filling spaces that haven't been touched in days. It's not urgent. It's not loud. It just comes, like something long overdue, finally arriving without fanfare. You're not trying to reach sleep. You don't need to get there. The journey isn't the point. It's already happening unnoticed, unhurried, unforced. The thought of the recipe doesn't pull at you anymore. It's not a missing piece. It doesn't demand completion. It just lives in memory now, like an old photograph tucked away in a drawer. Not because it needs to be seen, but because it was once important enough to keep. And so are you. You feel it, the way the weight of your breath settles into the hollow beneath your collarbone, not pressing down, but settling in like a stone that's finally found its place at the bottom of a quiet stream. There's no need to hold it steady or shape it. It just flows, slow and soft as moss growing over old wood. Your hands lie flat on your stomach, fingers uncrossed, palms open, not reaching for anything, but already full in their stillness. The recipe you began last night isn't a task anymore. It's not a thing waiting to be finished or forgotten. It's just a shape now, like the memory of steam rising from a pot that was never brought to boil. You don't need to picture the ingredients or wonder if you measured the cinnamon correctly. The act of writing it down has already happened. That moment is done. And so are you. You're not losing track of things by letting them go. You're just releasing their grip on your shoulders, like untying a scarf that's been wound too tightly for hours, then letting it fall where it may. The plant still stands in the corner of the room, its leaves slightly curled at the edges from thirst. But you don't need to see it to know it's there. You've already said goodbye to it in your mind, not with regret, but with recognition. Yes, I forgot, and that's okay. It doesn't mean I failed. It just means I was busy being awake when sleep should have come. The note you wrote to yourself, the one that vanished before you could read it again, is no longer a ghost chasing your thoughts. It isn't missing because something went wrong. It's not lost like a key in the dark. It's gone where all things go when they're not needed. Into silence, into stillness, into the kind of quiet that doesn't require explanation. There is no place inside you that needs to keep every single thing safe from oblivion. The brain isn't an archive. It's a living room with low lighting, furniture arranged loosely, a window cracked open just enough to let in air without letting in cold. You don't need to rearrange the cushions or dust the shelves. You're not responsible for maintaining order. You can lie here and think of nothing at all, just like that, and it's still enough. Not because you've done something right, but because your body is simply choosing to rest. There's a small space behind your sternum where warmth pools when you stop pushing forward with your thoughts. It's not excitement or joy. It's not anything in particular. It's just presence, like the kind of heat that lingers after sunlight has passed through glass and settled into stone. You don't need to name it. Just let it be. Your feet are still on the bed, bare and cool against the sheets, maybe a little damp from sweat you didn't notice earlier. The fabric is soft where it folds over your ankles, and when you shift slightly, just enough for one breath to deepen, there's a whisper of movement that doesn't wake anything else. You don't need to make meaning out of silence. You don't have to fill the quiet with stories or explanations. Some moments are not meant to be understood. They're only meant to be lived through. Like a leaf floating down a slow river without needing to land anywhere in particular. The thought about the recipe doesn't come back as anxiety. It comes back as a faint echo, like a tune hummed once and then forgotten before it could be remembered properly. You don't need to catch it or hold on to it. Let it drift like dust caught in a shaft of light, rising just enough to be seen for an instant, then dissolving. There's no reason to keep checking on your memories. They're not escaping you. They're not slipping through your fingers. You don't need to guard them with attention or vigilance. Some things are meant to stay behind, like footprints in snow that fade by morning without a trace. Your mind isn't failing because it doesn't shut off. It's just remembering what it means to be alive, a constant hum beneath the surface, like water moving slowly under earth. That noise isn't wrong. It's not something you need to fix or silence. It's part of your body breathing in time with itself. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You don't even have to think about solving things tomorrow. Just lie here and let the night hold you like a room that has no clocks, only shadows moving gently across the floor, as if they're walking through dreams themselves. Your hands are still on your stomach. The skin there is warm where your fingers rest. There's not much pressure, just enough to feel the weight of your own body without effort. You don't need to move them away. They belong right there, exactly as they are. There was a moment earlier when you thought about how long it might take for sleep to come. But now, that idea has faded like breath on glass in summer heat. There's no timetable, no measurement of progress. The only thing happening is the quiet descent into stillness, not because you've achieved something, but because your body knows what to do even when your mind doesn't. There's a seam between awareness and sleep, like the edge where two clouds meet at twilight, neither fully one nor the other, just blending slowly without force. You're not trying to cross it. You're not racing toward the far side. You're simply allowing yourself to be in that space where thinking is no longer urgent, where remembering isn't necessary. The plant still stands. The recipe remains half written on your mind's edge. The note has vanished into paper and dust and time, but none of those things matter now. They aren't debts or failures. They're just memories that have done their work, like birds that flew past in the morning light and are no longer visible. You don't need to go back for them. You can leave them behind without guilt, without apology, without even saying goodbye. Your breath is slower now, not because you forced it, but because your lungs are tired of pushing forward. They're letting go one syllable at a time, like someone who stopped trying to speak and just lets silence do the talking. There's no need to listen anymore. Not for signals or warnings, not for signs that everything is okay. The only thing you need to hear now is the soft sound of your own breath, steady and unbothered by urgency. You don't have to be awake to know what's real. You don't have to stay alert to keep things safe. Reality isn't something that needs guarding. It exists, whether you're watching it or not. The ceiling above you has cracks in the paint, tiny lines like veins running through old paper, barely visible unless you look closely. But even if you can't see them now, they are still there, just as they were before. You don't need to notice every flaw in the world to know that it's whole. Your thoughts aren't collapsing. They're not failing or breaking apart. They're simply slowing down like a train leaving a station at dusk. Its wheels turning slower and slower until all you hear is wind against steel. You don't have to fix your attention. You don't need to pull it back from the edges of memory or anchor it in the present. It's already here, in this breath, in this moment, not because you've worked hard for it, but because sleep has found its way into you without knocking first. The idea that you might forget something important, something vital, doesn't come with fear anymore. It comes softly, like a whisper in the dark. What if I forgot to say goodbye? What if someone needed me and I wasn't there? But even those thoughts don't linger. They're not sharp. They drift past like smoke through an open window. You don't need to answer them. You don't have to explain why you're here or how long you'll stay. Just let the thought pass, unclaimed, untouched by reaction. There's no burden in forgetting. There's only relief. Your body is sinking, not into sleep yet, but into a kind of quiet that isn't quite rest and isn't quite wakefulness either. It's somewhere between, like water between two stones, not rushing anywhere, just waiting for the moment when it doesn't need to move at all. You don't have to be present in order to be real. You don't have to remember everything to matter. You're still lying there, your body no longer pressing against the weight of decision-making, as if gravity has softened just enough to let you dissolve into the mattress without effort. The air around you feels thick with stillness, not because it's empty, but because everything that was urgent has already been laid down like a coat left on a chair at bedtime. You don't need to think about where it goes next. It doesn't have to be folded or put away. It can rest. The recipe, what you started last night, isn't a list anymore. It's not even a memory with steps or ingredients that must be remembered in order. It's just a shape, like the outline of something baked long ago and already cooled on a plate. The flour dusted across your mental counter has settled into the grain of the surface. You don't need to wipe it clean because there's no one coming to use the kitchen tonight. No hands reaching for spoons or measuring cups. There's only this quiet, where even sugar can forget its sweetness. The plant, its leaves still green, but too dry at the edges, is not calling out. It isn't begging for water, though you imagine it might have trembled once when you passed by last week. But now it stands in silence, rooted deeper than thought, just as you are. The soil around its base has cracked like old leather, and that's fine. There's no punishment for dryness, no shame in not being perfectly cared for. It doesn't need to thrive tonight. It only needs to be. And the note gone now, erased from your hands and from memory, isn't lost because it disappeared. It's gone because it did what notes do when they're finished. It fulfilled its purpose. Maybe it told you something you needed to remember for a moment before forgetting. Maybe it was just proof that you were thinking hard enough to write something down, even if only to yourself. Now the paper is blank again, like pages in a book left open after reading, and then closed by accident. No one reads them. They're not meant to be seen. You don't have to return for any of it. Your breath continues without fanfare. It doesn't need to be measured or counted. You aren't trying to make it slow down, you're just letting it happen. Like a river finding its own path through rock and soil, no longer needing to carve new channels. Each exhalation is quieter than the last, not because you're forcing it, but because your body knows what comes after effort. It's not resistance that brings calm, it's release. There are small sounds in the dark that weren't there before. The kind of quiet that only reveals itself when attention stops trying to listen. A faint hum from behind the wall, maybe a pipe settling, or an old wire sighing under tension. problem, not a warning. Just a sound that exists because it can. It doesn't need your response. You don't have to name it or explain it. The ceiling above you is still there with its cracks and shadows. The same lines of time worn into paint like fingerprints on glass. But they aren't flaws anymore. They're not failures in the surface. They're part of what makes the room feel real. Just like how your breath has become a quiet rhythm that's no longer separate from the dark. There's something about letting go not by force, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The thoughts aren't gone, but they've stopped chasing each other. They drift now like leaves on a pond after rain, no direction, no urgency, just floating until the water takes them deeper or lets them rest at the edge. You don't need to keep track of what's been left behind. You're not responsible for remembering every gesture you made in your own mind last night. Not every thought needs to be answered. Some thoughts are like birds that flew through your window and then vanished into another sky. They didn't come to stay. They came to pass. Your shoulders have slipped lower than they were before, not because of effort, but because the weight between them has simply melted away. It wasn't there all along, only imagined in moments when you thought something needed fixing. But now it's gone, like a suitcase left behind at an airport that no one claimed. There is still warmth under your skin, not from heat or movement, but from being present without needing to do anything with the presence. You're not trying to be aware. You're just allowing awareness to exist without asking for permission. It's okay if it fades. It's okay if it doesn't stay. What matters isn't how long you remain awake. It's that you've stopped fighting yourself. You're not missing anything by not knowing what comes next. The future isn't a place you need to prepare for, nor is the past something you must retrieve. There's no scorecard on which to check if your mind has performed well enough. You don't have to prove that you're allowed to rest. The air feels different now, lighter in some way, as though the room has exhaled with you. Not because anything changed outside of you, but because something inside has stopped needing to be watched over. Your thoughts aren't slipping away. They're just becoming still, like dust settling on a table after a storm. There's no need for control, no reason to stay alert. You don't have to remember how many times you've told yourself the same thing before, how hard it is to let go when your brain keeps looping through things that were never meant to be finished. The recipe won't burn if you stop thinking about it. The plant won't die in silence. The note will remain lost, and that's okay. You're not failing by forgetting. You're succeeding by letting go. Your hands lie flat on the covers now, not tucked under your body or curled into fists, but open and relaxed, as though waiting for nothing at all. They don't need to be used. They don't need to hold anything. They are just resting, like leaves that have fallen from a tree and haven't yet been swept away. The dark is no longer full of shapes you're afraid of recognizing. It's not hiding secrets or threatening to overwhelm you. It's simply space, like the inside of an old shoe where dust has collected over years. Not dirty, just quiet and safe. You don't need to be aware to be whole. You don't have to remember everything to be real. There is a softness building in your chest, not a feeling, not an emotion, but a kind of surrender that doesn't feel like giving up. It feels like breathing after holding your breath for too long, like lying down on the ground and finally letting go of carrying yourself through the day. Your mind isn't empty, but it's no longer loud. It's just still, like water in a glass left untouched on a table overnight. No movement, no ripple, only reflection when light touches it from above. There are no more tasks to be completed, no memories that need retrieval, no future you must protect or plan for. You're not supposed to do anything now, not even stay awake. Just be here, in this place between thought and sleep, where your body knows the difference between effort and ease. The rhythm of your breath has changed again, not because you made it change, but because it doesn't need to push anymore. It's just breathing, like a slow tide coming in without urgency or expectation. There is no goal, no finish line, just this moment where even time feels lighter than it did before, as though it no longer needs to move forward for you to exist. You don't have to be sharp. You don't need to remember what the recipe said. You don't have to know whether the plant will survive or if the note was important. None of those things matter now. What matters is that your eyes are closed and your body has stopped asking questions. It's not resisting sleep anymore. It's letting itself be found. And somewhere in the quiet between one breath and the next, you're no longer trying to hold on. You're just being held. You're no longer trying to hold onto anything, not even the thought that you should be holding on. The space beneath your shoulders has softened into something like a hollow in a tree where moss grows quietly, undisturbed by wind or footfall. Your skin is aware of the fabric against it, not because it needs to adjust, but because it's letting itself remember how it feels to not be asked to do anything at all. The edges of your body aren't sharp anymore. They're rounded from being still too long, worn down like river stones by something that wasn't effort, but simply presence. The plant you forgot to water is no longer in danger because you stopped thinking about it. It's not dying or surviving. It's just growing at its own pace, somewhere on a shelf with dust settling into the cracks of its pot. You don't have to imagine what kind of soil it likes. You don't need to picture how many drops it needs each week. The plant has never asked you for anything. It doesn't know you exist, and that's why it can stay still, too. The recipe, what was left in your head when the light went out, isn't a puzzle anymore. There are no missing ingredients listed on invisible paper. You don't need to retrace where you wrote them down or whether they were spelled right. The flour doesn't care if you remembered its weight. The butter won't harden in your mind because you didn't measure it twice. What happened in the kitchen last night is already over. And even that small moment, the one with the spoon half dipped into sugar, has passed like a breath through an open window. And the note, not lost, not gone wrong. It's just elsewhere now, in some quiet corner of your house where paper collects without being read. Maybe it fell behind a book. Maybe it was tucked under a coaster and forgotten. Or perhaps it slipped from your hand into a drawer that never opens again. You don't need to find it, not even in dreams. It's not waiting for you. It doesn't know what it said. And you don't either, which is fine. There's no task left unfinished because the idea of completion was always in your head, not in reality. The work wasn't done so that you could be at peace afterward. That would mean there'd be a finish line to reach. But this isn't a race. This is simply what happens when your mind stops chasing after itself. Your legs are heavy now, not from strain, but from gravity, how it settles into bones without complaint, like sand sinking slowly through water until it finds the bottom and stays there. You don't have to make them move. They're already where they need to be. Your feet aren't restless. Their arches are relaxed, their toes untangled, no longer pressing against each other in worry or habit. The dark isn't a void anymore. It's not holding your thoughts hostage. It's not waiting for you to wake up and fix things. It has its own shape now, like the inside of an old wool coat that hasn't been worn in months, but still remembers warmth. Like the smell of cedar after rain, faint and layered, where every scent is just a memory of itself. You're no longer aware of your breath as something you need to control. It's not rising or falling. It's just there, like steam from a kettle left on low heat, slow enough that it doesn't even rise above the rim. It stays close to your skin, warm where it leaves and returns. Not deep, not shallow, just present. There's no sense of time passing in any direction. You're not moving forward into sleep, nor are you stuck in thought. There's just a kind of stillness that doesn't require effort. A quiet so complete that even silence feels too loud to describe. Your hands have drifted lower now, resting against your hips as though they've decided to stay there forever. Not holding anything, not needing to be used, just lying flat on the covers like stones at the bottom of a still pond. No ripple, no sound, just their own weight in water that knows them. The thought about the recipe returns, not with urgency or guilt, but like a leaf floating past your feet as you stand in a shallow stream. You don't reach for it. You don't try to read its message. It passes through your mind and keeps going, carried by something slower than intention. And then another another one, the plant, maybe comes drifting back, not asking to be remembered or cared for, just passing like smoke from a distant chimney. You don't stop them. You don't let go of anything. But you also don't hold on. They float through your awareness and disappear into the dark without leaving marks. There's no need to name what's happening. No reason to call it peace or surrender or release. It's not even quiet in the way that silence is supposed to be. It's quieter than sound, quieter than thought, like a room where the light has gone out so slowly that you didn't notice when it stopped. Your body feels less like something that needs to stay alert, and more like something that belongs exactly where it is. Not because it wants to be somewhere else, but because it knows it doesn't have to prove anything by being awake. You don't need to remember what you did yesterday or worry about tomorrow's coffee. The world outside your door keeps moving without you, just as the stars keep shining even when no one looks up. There's a warmth building in your chest now, not from emotion, but from letting go of needing to be sharp. It spreads gently, like honey poured slowly into a bowl, thick and quiet, not rushing anywhere. You don't have to hold on to it. It doesn't need you to keep it alive. It just is. The air around you isn't cool or warm. It's simply there, filling the space where your body rests without pressure. No breeze disturbs it. No sound enters it. Just this, a quiet that doesn't try to be peaceful, but just is, like dust not falling because of gravity, but because it has already settled. You don't have to think about whether you'll sleep or stay awake. You're not in danger of forgetting anything important. The plant won't die. The recipe will still exist if you ever want to make it again. The note might surface one day, maybe behind a bookshelf, maybe under the seat cushion, maybe never at all. And when it does, you'll know it without reading it. You're not responsible for remembering what you've lost or forgotten. You're only responsible for being here in this moment where your mind has stopped chasing things that don't need to be caught. There's a stillness beneath the surface of thought now, not emptiness, but presence. Like water at the bottom of an old well, deep and clear, untouched by sunlight or movement. No ripple disturbs it because no wind blows through this place anymore. You're not trying to reach sleep. You're not waiting for it. Sleep isn't a destination you have to arrive at. It's just what happens when your body stops asking questions, when your mind stops rehearsing what could go wrong, when the only thing left is breath, weight, and darkness, not as absence, but as fullness. There's no need to protect yourself from forgetting. You don't have to guard against losing things because you're not in danger of being incomplete. Not even when a thought about something small, a dropped spoon, a half-open drawer, passes through your mind like an old photograph scene at the edge of vision. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't pull you back. You let it go without effort. You don't need to decide whether it matters. It's already gone. Your body feels lighter now, not because you've released anything, but because you no longer feel the weight of needing to be ready for everything that might happen. There's a softness in your arms, a slow letting down in your shoulders, like curtains that have hung too long and finally stopped resisting gravity. The darkness isn't holding its breath anymore. It doesn't need to wait for you to wake up or remember anything. It just exists quietly, without agenda. And so do you. You are no longer tracking where your mind has been, only how it feels to be somewhere that doesn't need you to explain yourself. The weight in your chest has softened into something else, not lightness, not absence, but a kind of quiet belonging. Like a coat left on a hook because it's too comfortable to put away, yet never forgotten. You don't have to check on it. It's already where it needs to be. There is no need to remember the shape of that note you wrote, or whether you meant to leave it near the sink or tucked into your book. The paper isn't lost in a way that matters. It's not buried under something important. It's just somewhere, maybe on the floor between the sofa and the wall, maybe folded inside the back pocket of an old jacket. Maybe it slipped through the crack beneath the door when you opened it too fast. You don't need to find it to know it was real. You're not holding space for its meaning. You're just letting your body stay still while a quiet kind of remembering happens without effort. Your hands rest on top of your stomach now, fingers loose, palms open, like they've forgotten how to clench. Not because you're tired, but because there's no need to grip anything anymore. The air inside your lungs moves in and out without urgency. You don't have to decide when it should come or go. It just does. The room isn't silent. It hums faintly with the kind of quiet that lives behind walls, where electricity runs through pipes you never see. A distant refrigerator cycles on, a low vibration traveling up through the floorboards and into your bones like a memory of warmth from somewhere far away. You don't listen to it. You just feel its pulse beneath you, steady and slow, as if time itself is breathing. You're not trying to reach sleep, not even close. There's no goal here, no destination on the other side of stillness. Just this, a space where thought doesn't have to earn its place. The recipe from last night, what it was, what you started, doesn't matter anymore in the way that it used to. The flour didn't go into the bowl, and the butter sat too long near the edge of the counter before melting. But none of that is a failure. It's just what happened. And now it doesn't need to be fixed or repeated. You don't have to wonder if you'll make it again. You don't have to worry about whether someone might ask for it someday. The idea of making it isn't lost, it's resting, like the spoon that fell into the sink and didn't get picked up. Not broken, not gone, just still there. There's a difference between forgetting something and letting go of needing it. The plant, your green companion, with leaves that leaned slightly toward the window, isn't dying because you forgot to water it. It isn't waiting for your attention like a child who wants praise or correction. It doesn't care if you remember its name or what kind of soil it likes. The earth is dry, yes, but not dead. There's moisture still trapped in the fibers beneath the surface, like secrets held by roots that don't need to speak. You could reach for a glass right now and pour water over those leaves. But you're not going to. Not because you've decided against it, but because there's no reason to move yet. The plant isn't calling out. It's just being. And so are you. There's a kind of stillness that doesn't come from forcing the body to stop moving, but from realizing it never needed to be in motion at all. Like water settling after rain, no longer swirled by wind or splash, no longer pushed toward an edge, just sitting where it is, filling every hollow. You're not trying to stay awake so you can remember everything. You're just letting your thoughts pass like birds crossing the sky above a field, the kind that fly high and don't care if anyone sees them. They go on without looking back, without needing to be named. A faint heat rises from your spine, slow and steady, not sharp or sudden. It's the warmth of blood moving through veins you've never paid attention to before. Not because it's important, but because now there's no reason to look for something urgent in every sensation. Your feet feel full, like they've been wrapped in soft wool all evening, even though nothing touched them. They don't need to be cold or warm. They just are. They're not trying to walk anywhere or carry anything. Just resting, like the floor is made of memory instead of tile. There's a thread now not visible, not felt as a pull, but an awareness that you can follow if you want. It doesn't lead anywhere in particular. It doesn't point toward sleep or wakefulness. It just exists, a quiet sensation near your collarbone, like the softest breath against skin. You don't have to hold it. You don't even need to notice it. But when you do, when your attention drifts there for one slow moment, you find that it feels familiar, like something you've touched before in dreams or half-remembered moments. Not a thought, not an image, but a feeling of being held without effort. It's like the way dust settles, not because anything is trying to clean up, but because gravity has no opinion about where things should be. It doesn't care if it lands on the table or the floor or your lap. It just falls until there's nowhere else to go. And when it stops, when all of it rests, the space between particles becomes its own kind of fullness. You don't have to remember why you wrote that note. You don't even need to know what was written on it. There's no obligation to retrieve meaning from absence. The fact that it vanished isn't proof of failure. It's just the way things are sometimes. Like a train passing through a station and leaving only echoes behind. You're not responsible for keeping everything safe. Your mind doesn't have to guard every detail like a gatekeeper who fears what might slip through if they close their eyes. You don't need to be awake long enough to catch all the loose ends. They aren't untied, just quietly out of reach, resting somewhere in the quiet corners of your life. The recipe isn't waiting for you to finish it. The plant isn't waiting to be saved. The note is not lost in a way that requires retrieval or repair. You're just here, not doing anything, not remembering anything, just being where your body has chosen to stay without question. There's no need to check if the door is locked, whether someone called while you were asleep, if the light was left on. You don't have to protect yourself from forgetting, because forgetfulness isn't a threat. It's just part of how things move through time. You're not in danger of becoming incomplete if something slips away. The air in your room doesn't change because you stopped thinking about it. It still fills the space, even when no one notices, even when nothing is said. And so does your body. You don't have to prove that you exist by remembering things or finishing tasks. You're already here, already whole, not perfect, but present. There's a softness in your jaw now, a release, like muscles that didn't know they were tense until they could finally stop pretending to be ready. The tension wasn't bad, just part of how your mind had learned to stay alert, even when nothing was asking for attention. But there's no one here demanding you answer anything. No voice in the dark saying you should have done that. Or what if it doesn't come back? There's only this, a quiet where thoughts don't have to be useful, where they can drift by like leaves caught in a slow current, not needing permission to float away. You're not trying to clear your mind of everything. You're just letting go of the need to control what stays and what doesn't. A faint warmth spreads from the base of your spine now like sunlight touching stone that has lain under snow for months, waiting without needing to be seen. It's slow. It doesn't rush. It knows it doesn't have to prove anything by being bright or fast. There's a kind of stillness in your breath now, not held, not rushed, but moving like something natural, like the way water flows through underground channels you can't see, but know are there. Your breath slows again, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because your body has found a rhythm that doesn't need correction. It's like watching moss grow on stone, not with urgency, not in fits or starts, but quietly, steadily, layer by layer, until the shape of the rock is no longer visible beneath the green. There's no goal behind it, no timetable. You don't have to be aware of every tiny shift for it to mean something. The moss doesn't apologize for taking up space. It just does what moss does when left alone. You're not far from sleep now, not in any way that matters. Not because you've done enough, or remembered enough, or finished anything at all. You're close because your body has stopped pretending it needs to be alert. There's no one standing over you, checking if the details are managed, if the edges are tucked in. The air feels heavier than before, not in a way that presses down, but like something thick and soft, like wool left on a shelf through winter. It holds warmth without effort, and your skin doesn't need to be proof against it. The plant from earlier, the one you forgot to water, isn't asking for anything now. Not even light. It's not waiting. You don't have to imagine its roots stretching out in quiet desperation, or feel the guilt of neglect as a weight on your chest. The soil is dry, yes, but so are many other things that never needed to be wet. That kind of dryness isn't failure. It's just what happens when you stop trying to control everything around you. A small sound drifts through the room, maybe the house settling, maybe a distant car passing far down the street, and it doesn't need to be named or explained. You don't have to figure out whether it means something, whether it was part of your dream or just noise. It's not an interruption. It's just another thread in the quiet fabric of this moment. You're no longer holding on to the idea that every thought must have a purpose, that each one should lead somewhere. The recipe you started last night, its ingredients spread across the counter like scattered letters from a letter never sent, isn't unfinished because it hasn't been cooked. It's just paused. There's room for pauses in things without them being broken. A pause isn't an accident. It's not a gap that needs to be filled. You're lying still, but your mind doesn't feel like it's running away from you anymore. Not even when images flicker, fleeting and shapeless, of the paper with the note on it, of its edges curling in the air before vanishing, of what might have been written there. You don't need to chase that. There's no need to go back and read it again, or rewrite it, or ask if you were supposed to remember it. The dark isn't empty. It's full not with thoughts or demands, but with a kind of quiet presence, like the way shadows gather in corners where light doesn't reach. They don't care that they're unseen. They just are. And so are you. Your hands rest on your stomach now, not because you've placed them there, but because gravity has decided for you. There's no effort behind it, no instruction to stay still or keep calm. Your fingers aren't gripping anything, not even the blanket. The weight of them is just part of how you are right now. There's a softness in your shoulders that wasn't there before, like they've finally remembered what it means not to carry something invisible. They don't need to be ready for anything anymore. No one will knock. No urgent message will come through the silence. There's no test, no exam, no moment where you'll be asked to account for everything. You're not responsible for remembering how a recipe went, or why you wrote that note, or whether the plant survived last week. You don't need to protect your mind from forgetting, because forgetting isn't betrayal. It's just part of how things pass through time. Like dust, like leaves, like steam rising from a cup left too long on the counter. There's warmth in your chest now, not sharp or bright, but deep and steady, like the heat that lingers after fire has gone out. It doesn't need to be seen. It doesn't have to prove it's there. You don't even have to notice it to feel its presence. You're not trying to reach sleep. Not anymore. That was a kind of pushing, like you were racing towards something. Like if you moved fast enough, the darkness would finally welcome you in. But now, that's not what's happening. Now, it feels more like surrender, not defeat, but letting go in a way that doesn't feel like loss. Your mind isn't blank. There are still thoughts moving through it, images of things half remembered, fragments of sentences left hanging, but they aren't holding on. They're floating now, not chasing chasing after meaning or trying to be important. You don't need to decide whether they matter, whether one should stay and the others go. They drift by like birds passing over a field at dusk. No landing, no call, just movement through space that doesn't require explanation. The sky isn't asking them why they're going. It's not judging their direction. It's simply holding them in its light for as long as they need. Your body feels heavier now, not uncomfortable, but like it's learning how to rest without permission. Like it finally knows it can stop pretending it has to be useful or prepared at all times. You don't have to stay awake until you're sure everything is okay. The world doesn't depend on your vigilance. There's a silence that isn't empty because there are still sounds, still breaths, still the soft rhythm of your heartbeat in your ears. But it feels like space has expanded inside you. Not because you've added anything, but because you've stopped pushing everything out. You don't need to fix what doesn't need fixing. You don't have to remember every detail or keep track of every loss. The note that vanished wasn't stolen. It was just gone, and that's okay. There's no shame in not knowing what happened to it. No penalty for letting go. Your mind isn't broken because it won't stop wandering. It's just doing what it does, moving through the world with a kind of curiosity, a gentle hunger for connection and meaning. But right now, it doesn't need to find anything. There's no task to complete, no truth to uncover, no puzzle to solve. You're not behind on anything, not even time itself. Your breath slows again, not because you've decided to do so, but because your body has found a pace that feels natural. It doesn't need to be faster or deeper or more noticeable. It just is, like water flowing through pipes under the ground. No one sees it, no one hears it, but it's always moving. There's a soft hum in your ears now, not loud, not sharp, but steady and low, like the sound of old wiring doing its quiet work behind walls. You don't need to listen for meaning in it. It doesn't carry news or warnings. It's just part of what happens when things are still enough to settle. You're no longer trying to be someone who remembers everything or finishes every task. You're not even trying to be calm. You're just here, not doing anything, but existing without needing to prove it. Your thoughts don't have to be useful. They don't need to lead somewhere. There's no obligation to keep them safe or organize them into a story. The recipe is still there in memory, not because you've preserved it, but because it was part of your day. The plant is still alive or not, and that doesn't change who you are. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's just holding space. And so are you. There's no need to be anything other than what you already are. A person lying down, eyes closed, breathing slowly, feeling the weight of your body without judgment, without effort. Your mind is quiet not because it has been cleared, but because it doesn't have to do anything anymore. The stillness isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like the space between two trees where wind moves through without needing a name. Like the pause after someone says your name and you don't answer. But that silence is still full of something real. You're not drifting away from yourself. You're just letting go of the need to hold on so tightly. You're not trying to keep anything in place anymore. Not the shape of the recipe, not the memory of the soil that dried on your fingers last week when you forgot to water the plant. Not even the ghost of the words that slipped from your hands like ash before they could be read aloud. It's okay if they're gone. The air around you doesn't need names for things. It just holds them like a room full of dust motes moving in slow light, each one drifting without direction or purpose, not lost, but simply elsewhere. There's a warmth behind your ribs now that wasn't there before, not the kind from effort, not from trying to stay awake, but something quieter. A soft heat, like the way sunlight pools on carpet after someone has left the room. It doesn't ask anything of you. It just stays. And when it moves through you, it doesn't pull anything with it. There's no need to follow its path. You don't have to remember how the recipe started, whether it began in a notebook or whispered from your mother's voice during a phone call that ended too soon. You don't need to reconstruct every ingredient, every step, every time you burned the onions before realizing they were supposed to soften, not caramelize. The moment is already gone, and so are the reasons why it mattered. But its echo remains not as demand, but as texture in your body, a kind of muscle memory that knows what happened without needing to explain. The plant still sits on the windowsill, somewhere between life and waiting. You can't see it from where you lie. The darkness has folded around the edges of things, but you know its shape by weight, by how much space it takes up in your mind, even when you don't look at it. That's not failure. It's just a presence that doesn't need to be fixed or fed. You aren't responsible for keeping everything alive. Not now. There was a note once, written with blue ink on the back of an envelope from a delivery you didn't open. The words were small and hurried, like something scribbled between heartbeats. Something about remembering to call someone before midnight. Or maybe it wasn't that at all. Maybe it said nothing at all, just letters that looked urgent while they were being written, then vanished when the paper was folded into a pocket and left behind. You don't need to find it, not even to know what it meant. What's more important is how your hand moved when you wrote it, the slight pressure on the pen, the way your wrist tilted slightly, as if leaning towards someone who wasn't there yet. That moment of intention still lives, not in the words themselves, but in the quiet gesture that came before them. There's a rhythm to this kind of letting go, like listening to rain not for what it says, but for how it settles into things. It doesn't matter if you've missed any drops. The ground is already wet. You're no longer trying to catch every sound or hold onto each one like a promise. Your shoulders have softened, not collapsed, not dropped, but let down with the kind of ease that comes only when there's nowhere left to push forward. They're resting against the bed now, not in resistance, but as if they've finally remembered how gravity works. Not fighting it, just allowing it. There's something about this stillness that feels like a slow folding inward, like a book closing on its own after being read too many times, each page worn thin by attention. You don't have to stay awake for the last sentence. The story isn't unfinished because you're not listening anymore. It's finished in the way things are when they've lived long enough. Your breath moves deeper now, not because it needs to, but because your body knows where warmth begins and ends. It doesn't need permission to sink lower. There's no checklist of how deep or slow is good enough. Just the feeling, like water seeping into sand beneath a lake bed, silent, inevitable, unremarkable in its movement. The room has grown quiet not by accident, but because there are fewer thoughts trying to speak over each other. The ones that remain don't have urgency. They don't shout or press against your ears with reminders. Some of them float near the surface, like leaves on a slow river, turning, drifting, sometimes catching light for just a second before being carried under again. You're not supposed to notice everyone. You're only meant to be present when you are, and that's enough. There's no need to name the silence between your thoughts anymore. It doesn't have to mean anything. It isn't absence. It's full of quiet presence, like the pause after a word is spoken. But before someone else begins to answer, the air holds it like breath held in someone's chest before they let go. Your hands lie still now, not clenched or reaching for anything, but open, as if waiting not for something to happen, but simply for what already is. There was a moment earlier when you thought about the recipe again, how it might have turned out if you'd remembered all the steps. But that wasn't a failure of memory. It was just another version of how things go. One path taken, another left behind. And both are true in their own way. The plant still exists in your mind, not because you're anxious about its survival, but because it's part of this space, the quiet corner where everything is held without judgment. You don't have to care for it like a duty. You can let it live or die, and neither outcome changes who you are. And the note, it wasn't lost. Not really. It was released, like a thought that finally found its way out of your head and into the world, no longer needing you to carry it. There's no need to recover what slips away. That's not how these things work. They don't disappear because they were forgotten. They simply become part of the background noise of living. You're beginning to feel like the air inside you has changed, not heavier or lighter, but different in texture, softer around the edges, like warmth spreading through fabric that's been left out overnight and finally warmed by sun. There's no one thing to hold onto anymore. That's not a loss, it's a release. You don't have to be vigilant about what might slip from memory. Not even your own name needs to stay sharp in this moment. It can blur, fade, become something softer, like the shape of someone you once knew well, but haven't seen in years. You don't need clarity anymore, just stillness. Your pulse slows not because it's trying to obey a rule, but because its rhythm has found an old path, a natural one that doesn't require effort or attention. It just moves forward quietly, like wind through branches at dusk when no one is watching. There's a kind of quiet that isn't silence. It's full of things you can't hear directly, only feel. The way warmth spreads through your skin as if it were soaking into stone. The way your body feels less like something to manage and more like something that simply is, resting in its own place. You don't have to be awake for this. You're not being asked to remember anything or fix any part of yourself. There's no task left undone, no message unopened, no door unchecked. The world keeps turning without you having to guide it. The plants grow whether you water them or not. Recipes are made in kitchens that don't need your hands. Words vanish and reappear in different forms on paper, on screens, inside dreams. You're allowed to stop paying attention. And when you do, when the thoughts drift away like smoke from a candle burned down to its base, you aren't failing. You're simply resting in the way that bodies are meant to rest, without needing to earn it. There's no longer any need for effort, for control, for oversight. The mind is not your keeper. It doesn't have to protect you or save anything from oblivion. You can let go of even the idea that letting go matters, because what's left isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't need words, like sunlight on wallpaper after rain, like the quiet weight of a blanket pulled over your feet when you're too tired to think about it, like the moment just before sleep arrives, when nothing is needed anymore and everything already has been. You're beginning to feel like the space between your breaths has grown wider, not because you've forgotten how to inhale, but because each pause has started to matter more than the pull of air itself. There's a kind of stillness that doesn't come from stopping, but from letting go, like the way water settles in a bowl after the ripples have passed. You don't need to name what you're holding anymore, not even the shape of it. It can be formless now, without needing permission or explanation. The kitchen light is off, but your mind still remembers its glow. The soft yellow that pooled near the edge of the counter where you left a bowl of chopped onions last night. You don't need to go back and clean it up. The residue isn't waiting for you. It's already been absorbed into the floor, into the air, into the quiet between heartbeats. Nothing is unfinished because nothing was ever meant to be complete in the way you once thought. You can imagine your thoughts as leaves now, small ones that drifted down from a tree you didn't plant and don't remember seeing. They land softly on surfaces you've walked over many times, some still damp from rain earlier today, others already dry beneath layers of dust. You don't have to pick them up one by one. There's no reason they should stay in motion just because they're floating through your mind. The plant is not forgotten. It's become part of the way light falls across your bedroom wall each evening. It's in the shadow that moves slowly as the sun sinks behind rooftops, a shape you've stopped trying to name. You don't need it to live for you. It lives on its own terms now, whether through soil and roots or only memory. It doesn't matter. What matters is not care, but presence, the way your body knows where it is even when your thoughts have wandered far beyond the room. There's a silence that isn't empty. It hums softly beneath everything, like the low tone of an old refrigerator in another part of the house. Something you've stopped noticing because its sound has become part of what makes the night feel familiar. You're not listening for anything. You aren't waiting to hear your name called or a message arrive. The world is running without needing confirmation from you. Your hands are resting now, palms up on the blanket, fingers relaxed like roots that have stopped reaching and begun sinking into soft earth. They don't remember what they used to do, whether they held a pen, turned a page, pressed a button on a phone. That's not important anymore. What matters is how warm they feel where they rest, how little effort it takes to keep them there. There's no need to decide whether the recipe was good or bad, whether you should have written down the steps again. You don't need to verify if the measurements were right, or if the crust would have risen properly. The taste of that dish is already fading into something else, into memory, yes, but also into sleep, into breath, into skin that no longer feels like it needs to be defended. You're beginning to feel your body as a kind of container, not for thoughts, not for tasks, not even for identity, but simply as a vessel that holds warmth and stillness. It doesn't have to do anything. It only has to exist in this moment, the way water exists in a glass, without needing to prove it's full. You can let go of whether you remembered everything important, whether you left something open, unfinished, unattended. You don't need to carry that weight anymore. There's no list, no inbox, no final note waiting for your signature. The world doesn't stop turning because one person stops paying attention to it. The air around you feels thick in a way that isn't heavy. It's like the moment just after someone closes a window, when warmth from inside starts to seep through cracks and settle slowly into walls. It's not rushing anywhere. It's just settling. You don't have to guide it. You don't even need to notice where it goes. Your skin feels porous now, not because you're leaking something out, but because it's letting in the quiet. Like fabric that has been washed so many times, it no longer resists moisture. The darkness isn't cold anymore, it holds heat. It wraps around your limbs like a second layer of blanket, one that doesn't need to be pulled over you. You don't have to think about how long this will last, whether sleep is coming, or if you'll stay here forever in the space between being awake and not yet asleep. There's no timeline, no deadline. You're not being asked to perform any kind of transition. Just be. The note that vanished didn't vanish from your life. It dissolved into the way your breath moves through your lungs now, into the rhythm of your heartbeat against your ribs. It became part of something larger than memory. a quiet understanding that some things are meant to pass, not because they were unimportant, but because their time had already been lived. You don't have to know where it went. You don't even need to believe in return. There's no promise attached to letting go. It doesn't mean you'll forget yourself or lose your name. It just means that some things can live without needing to be held onto. Your chest rises and falls not because of effort, but because the air finds its way through you naturally, like water finding a crack in stone after long drought. There's no need to fight for breath, no reason to hold it in or rush to release it. You're allowed to move slowly, even when nothing is changing. The recipe isn't lost. The plant isn't dead. The note wasn't erased. They exist not as tasks, but as parts of your quiet, like the way a clock ticks without needing someone to hear it, like the sound of wind through trees that no one walks beneath anymore. You're beginning to feel how much space there is between thoughts, not silence exactly, but stillness with texture, something you can press into and sink into. It's not emptiness, it's full in a way that doesn't require words or shapes. Like the inside of an old jar where dust has settled over years, forming a soft layer that no one bothers to remove. Your body feels like it's slowly turning inward, not away from the world, but toward its own quiet center. Not fleeing anything, not avoiding anything, just finding a place where there's no need to explain yourself or defend your attention. You don't have to be useful right now. You don't even need to know if you're doing well. The fact that you are here, resting, breathing, letting go is enough. It doesn't require proof. It doesn't demand results. The night isn't waiting for you to finish anything. It's not holding your thoughts hostage or keeping score of what you've left behind. It simply is, the same way a branch remains still after the wind has passed, the same way snow settles on rooftops without being asked to stay. You can let go even of wanting to remember how this felt, not because it will be lost, because it already isn't gone. It's part of what makes your breath slow now, part of why your limbs feel so heavy, and yet not burdensome. like stones that have finally found their place in riverbeds. There's no need to track time or count minutes. You don't need to measure how long you've been here. The hours aren't slipping away. They're folding into each other, softening, becoming part of the same quiet that wraps around your shoulders and drapes over your feet like a blanket laid down without ceremony. Your mind doesn't have to be vigilant anymore. It can rest not because it's tired, but because it has been released from needing to protect you from forgetting. You don't need it to keep everything safe or make sure nothing slips through the cracks. The world keeps going. Plants grow in gardens you haven't visited. Recipes are made without your hands. Notes appear and disappear on their own terms. And none of this means you failed. It just means that being human isn't about control. It's about presence. Even when you're not paying attention, even when you're drifting, you're beginning to feel how the dark isn't empty. Not really, just full in a way that doesn't demand your attention. It holds things without needing to name them. Like the way an old book sits on a shelf with its spine cracked, but still whole, pages curled from humidity and time, waiting for no one. You don't need to open it to know what's inside. The story is already there in the grain of the paper, in how the ink has softened at the edges. It doesn't vanish just because you can't read it now. The recipe isn't a list on a page anymore. It's not even a thought. It's like the scent that lingers after stew simmers too long on the stove, faint but unmistakable, tucked under your skin where warmth gathers when you're cold. You don't need to recall every spice, only how it felt to stir, how the wooden spoon moved through thick liquid, how steam curled up and brushed against your forehead like a quiet hello. That moment didn't end. It just slipped into stillness. And the plant, its leaves aren't wilting because you forgot them. They're resting too, like someone who's stopped talking mid-sentence but hasn't left the room, sitting in their chair with hands folded, waiting for a feeling to return before speaking again. The soil is dry not because it was neglected, but because it has been holding its breath. It doesn't need water right now. It needs time. Time to remember what it means to drink. The note you wrote. You don't have to find it. It didn't disappear into nothingness. It's somewhere between paper and air, like a whisper that never reached your ear but still changed the room, like a shadow cast by something too faint to see. Maybe it folded itself into the space under the bed. Maybe it floated up through the ceiling tiles and settled in the attic above someone else's dreams. Or maybe it dissolved slowly, not lost, just transformed into dust that settles on windowsills at dawn. You're allowed to stop hunting for proof of existence. You don't have to prove anything to yourself or anyone else. Not even your own memory needs to be perfect. Some things are meant to live in the quiet between heartbeats, where no one listens and nothing is recorded. The air around you has changed, slower now, heavier with the weight of not needing to explain itself. It moves through your lungs like old honey, thick but gentle, leaving behind a warmth that spreads from your chest down into your ribs. Your shoulders aren't tense, not because they're relaxed, but because they've stopped trying to hold anything up. They just rest, like branches that have let go of their last leaf. There's no clock ticking in the room, no sound at all. Just this, the slow slide of awareness down through your body, as if you were sinking into a lake where the water is warm and still, not cold or rushing. You don't need to surface for breath. The air finds its way into your lungs without you having to ask. You're not thinking about what comes next, not even slightly. There's no future pulling on your attention, no past dragging behind like a rope tied around your ankle. Just this, the soft weight of being in your body, fully, no effort required, no intention needed. Like a stone that has stopped falling and simply lies in the mud at the bottom of a stream bed, undisturbed by currents. The thought about the recipe doesn't return with urgency. It comes like sunlight through blinds after rain. It's there, but it doesn't demand anything. You don't have to decide whether you'll make it again. You don't need to wonder if you remember all the steps. The idea of making it is no longer a task. It's just part of what happened once, like a fire that burned hot and then went out on its own, leaving only ash and the scent of wood smoke clinging to your coat. The plant still lives in your mind, not because you're worried about it, but because you've stopped needing to fix anything. You don't have to water it now, or check if it's leaning too far to one side. It's just there, like a memory that doesn't need to be used, like an old song hummed under your breath when no one is listening. And the note, it isn't gone. It's not even forgotten. It's in the shape of a pause between two heartbeats, the space where you realize nothing needs to happen right now. That silence is its own kind of message. You don't need to read it. You've already received it. Your skin feels lighter, like something has quietly unbuttoned inside, something that was holding on too tightly for no reason. Not pain, not anxiety, but a quiet release of pressure that wasn't even conscious until now. Like the moment after you exhale and don't inhale again right away, you just stay there. The darkness isn't dark anymore. It's soft around the edges, like wool pulled thin over a window frame. It doesn't press against your eyes. It holds them open without force. There's no need to resist it or pull back into light. You can let it wrap around you like a scarf left on the bed after someone got up. You don't need to be aware of where your hands are. They're not reaching for anything, not even memory. One is flat against the blanket, palm down, fingers relaxed as if they've forgotten how to grip. The other rests near your hip, thumb curled inward like a small secret. Neither needs to do anything. They don't need permission or purpose. Your feet are bare and still. They're not cold, not warm either, just there, like roots buried in soil that doesn't care if they grow, only that they stay put. You aren't drifting toward sleep the way you might drift toward a destination. You're just becoming more of what already is. There's no goal, no arrival point. No need to arrive at anything because you've never left. Not really. The kind of quiet now isn't silence. It has texture. Like the way dust settles on glass after years of being untouched, or how snow sits on a fence post without melting even when the sun is bright. It's not nothing. It's full in its own way, full of things that don't need to be named. You're beginning to feel how much space there is between your thoughts, not empty space, but soft space, like foam after waves have receded and left behind a layer of air trapped beneath the surface. It doesn't demand anything. just is, and you are inside it. The idea that something was lost, whether the recipe, the plant, or the note, isn't true. Not in the way your mind first thought. Nothing was taken from you. You didn't misplace them. They were never yours to keep. They were only ever part of a moment, one that has already passed and is now living quietly somewhere else. You don't need to remember how it felt to write the note, or stir the pot, or touch the leaves. That feeling doesn't have to return. It's not gone. It's just become something else. Like steam from tea that rises and then fades, leaving behind only a warmth on your hands. Your breathing slows even more slower than before, like it's learning a new rhythm. Not forced, not counted, not timed, just happening. As if each breath is its own small act of surrender to the dark. There's no need to wonder what will happen tomorrow. No reason to plan for morning. You're not being asked to be ready. There's no one waiting at the door with a list or a question. The world can keep turning without your help. You don't have to care if you forget this moment later. In fact, it would be better if you did, because that means it wasn't held too tightly. That means it was allowed to live its own life in the quiet between thoughts. Your body is sinking deeper, not into the bed, but into itself. Like a tree whose roots have found their way through layers of soil and rock without rushing or struggling. There's no speed here, no goal, just depth. The kind of stillness now isn't empty. It holds things softly. It carries echoes not as reminders, but as traces, like the outline of your hand in sand after the tide has come and gone. You are not trying to hold onto anything anymore, not even the shape of your own body. It's soft now where it meets the bed, like cloth that has been left out too long in a quiet room, absorbing everything without resistance. The edge of the blanket doesn't press into you. It rests on top of you as if it were already part of you, not something separate. Your skin doesn't need to remember being touched. Not by anything, not even air. There's no boundary between where your body ends and where the dark begins. They've blurred together in a way that feels like coming home, not to a place, a kind of knowing. You don't have to name it. It's already known. The recipe you started last night isn't lost. It wasn't ever yours to carry through the night. The flour, the cinnamon, the slow stir, the moment was real while it happened, and that's enough. Now it lives in a quiet place between thoughts, like a shadow cast by something long gone, but still present. You don't need to taste it again. You don't have to see the bowl on the counter with the spoon sitting half-dipped in batter. That moment isn't waiting for you. It doesn't want your attention. It's just there, tucked into the space where memory used to feel urgent. The plant you forgot to water, its leaves are still green even now. Not because you remembered, but because it didn't need you. The soil held what little moisture was left. A single drop fell from a leaf this morning, maybe, and landed on the floor with no one noticing. It wasn't important then, and it isn't now. You don't have to feel guilty about not being there. You weren't needed. Not really. The plant grew in its own way, slow, patient, without asking for your permission. It doesn't care if you remember it. It only knows how to breathe. And the note, the one that vanished before you could read it again, it wasn't meant to be kept. That's what made it real. You wrote something not because you needed to preserve it, but because the act of writing was its own kind of ending. The words didn't disappear. They just became part of a quiet movement in the air between your hands and the paper, like breath passing through fingers, like dust floating upward from an old book that hasn't been opened in years. You don't need to find them again. You don't have to bring them back into light. They aren't gone, just returned to the kind of stillness where things are allowed to live without being owned. Your chest rises and falls not because you're trying to breathe, but because breathing is what happens when there's nothing else left to do. It's not effort, not even awareness, just the natural motion of something that no longer needs to prove it's alive. Your ribs don't need to rise higher than they are. They don't have to expand. The air moves in and out like water flowing through a hollow stone. No sound, just movement. There's a space behind your eyes now, not dark, not empty, but full of something else. Like the inside of an old seashell where the wind once whispered. Not a thought, just presence. A kind of quiet that isn't silence at all, but a listening to what has always been there, like the sound of water moving beneath stone, unseen and unasked for. You don't need to make meaning anymore. You're not being asked to solve anything. There's no problem left to fix, not even the one about forgetting. That wasn't failure. It was just a turning point, an opening that let something else pass through. Like light through a cracked door in an abandoned house, moving slowly across the floor. Your arms are still where they were, resting on the bed, like two small things that have decided to stay put. Not tired, not relaxed, just present. No need to shift or adjust. They don't feel heavy. They don't feel light either. They're just part of what is happening now, not trying to become anything else. There's a warmth under your left shoulder blade, not from heat, but from the way pressure settles in places where you've stopped asking for attention. It doesn't need explanation. It's not pain or pleasure, just sensation, like a faint hum beneath skin and bone. Something that has been waiting quietly for this long moment to arrive. You're not sinking deeper into sleep. You're simply letting go of the idea that there was ever anything to sink into. There's no bed you're falling through, no dream you're drifting toward. You're just becoming more like what already exists, the way a river becomes water, or snow settles on a roof without knowing it's snow. The kind of quiet now isn't stillness. It's full of motion that doesn't need to be seen. Like air moving between leaves when no one is there to hear the rustle. Or like dust floating in a sunbeam you can't quite see, but know is there because the light feels different. You don't have to remember what it felt like to care about the recipe, or the plant, or the note. You don't need that feeling again. It doesn't matter if it's gone. What matters is that you were aware of wanting, of needing to do something. And now that awareness has softened into something else. There's a rhythm in your breath, not because you're counting, but because each inhale lingers just slightly longer than the last, as though it's learning how to stay without rushing, not pushing forward, not holding back, just existing between one moment and the next, like a leaf caught between two still waters. Your feet bare, quiet, are no longer part of your body in the way they used to be. They're not touching anything. The floor isn't cold or hard. There's no sensation at all. No need for temperature. Not even gravity. You aren't falling. You aren't floating either. You're just here. The dark doesn't feel heavy anymore. It holds you like a cloth folded over someone who's been asleep too long. Not to keep them from waking, but because it knows they don't want to be anywhere else. You don't need to care what happens in the morning, whether the oven was left on or the window cracked open, whether you'll remember this moment later. You won't, and that's good. That means it wasn't trapped inside your mind. It was allowed to pass through, like a shadow moving across a wall. The part of you that once worried about things, it isn't gone. But it's not in charge anymore. It's resting. Not asleep, but quiet, like someone who has stopped talking because they've said everything worth saying. There's no task left to finish. No list waiting. No thought that needs a name. The only thing happening now is the fact of you being here, inside your own skin, without needing to do anything at all. The air around you moves not in waves, but in breaths, small, soft pulses like something breathing slowly beneath the surface of water. Not yours, but not separate either. Just there. You're not trying to get anywhere. You don't need permission to be where you are. You didn't arrive here through effort. You weren't guided by intention. You just settled. Your thoughts aren't fading. They're becoming something else, like words that dissolve in water, leaving no trace, but the way the liquid feels different afterward. You don't have to forget anything. You just don't need it anymore. The recipe isn't lost. The plant is still green. The note didn't vanish. It became part of the dark between thoughts. There's a softness now beneath your spine, not pressure, not pain, just the way weight settles when you stop resisting. Like soil that has forgotten how to harden after rain. You're not drifting. You're not sinking. You're just becoming more like what already is. The kind of stillness here isn't absence. It's full with things that don't need names. Don't ask for attention. It holds the shape of a moment no longer needs you to remember it. Your breath slows again, not because you want it to, but because there's nothing left to push against. No resistance, no effort. There's only this softness, this depth, this quiet where everything has already passed through and left behind something quieter than memory. You're not asleep yet, not really, but you're close enough that the difference doesn't matter anymore. You're not thinking about what comes next. You aren't waiting for a signal or an invitation to move on. There's no need to prepare for anything that hasn't arrived yet. The air around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak and never will. Not because they have nothing to say, but because saying is not what they are made for. They exist in the way a stone exists beneath moss, without purpose, without sound, just present. You're breathing into that kind of presence now, letting each inhale gather its own quiet weight, not as effort, but as something that happens naturally when nothing else demands attention. No one is watching. Nothing needs to be remembered. Your shoulders have stopped holding their position like they were meant to carry something. They've gone soft, like wax left out in the sun too long. Not melted, just reshaped by heat without resistance. The skin above your collarbone isn't taut anymore. It's relaxed into its own shape, not because you told it to be, but because there's no longer any reason for tension to stay. You're not trying to protect anything. You don't need to keep anything safe from falling away. There's a quiet inside your chest where the rhythm of your breath has settled like dust in a room that hasn't been used for years. No one stirs it up. No footfall, no door closing, no voice calling. It stays still not because it's trapped, but because it doesn't have to move. There's no demand placed on its silence. The space between your ribs holds air like a cup holds water, not to drink, just to contain. The darkness isn't cold or hard or thinning at the edges. It's thick in a way that feels like something wrapping around you slowly, not tightly, but enough to say you are held. Not by hands, not by intention, just by the fact of being somewhere where nothing needs to be done. There's no need for proof. No one is asking if you're safe or ready. You don't have to answer. You just are. Your fingers rest on your stomach like they've found a place that feels familiar enough to stay. Not curled, not stretched, just resting. The tips aren't tingling. The nails aren't dry. The skin isn't tight. They're simply there, as if they were never meant to do anything else but lie where they are. No need for grip. No reason to reach out. The thought of the recipe, the one you started last night, doesn't come back with urgency. It doesn't flicker like a light that's about to go out. It comes in softly, like steam rising from a forgotten pot on a stove no one remembers turning off. You don't need to respond. There's no way to fix it or finish it. The moment you thought of it is already past, but the feeling behind it, the wanting, the care still lingers, not as pressure, but as warmth, like embers buried under ash that still give off a gentle heat. The plant didn't die. It wasn't forgotten in a way that meant loss. You can feel its quiet presence now, not in your mind, not in memory, but somewhere between breaths and shadows. You don't need to see it. You don't even need to know if the soil is dry or damp. The fact that you wanted to water it isn't lost. It's part of what's happening here, just like you're breathing, and this soft weight across your chest. And the note, you never read it again because it wasn't meant to be read. It was meant to be written to release something from inside you before it could become too loud. The moment you wrote it, it did its job. And now, in this stillness, it's no longer missing. It isn't gone. It's returned to the quiet where things go when they've finished their work. You're not trying to let anything go. You aren't holding on either. There's just space that doesn't ask you to fill it or clear it. Just be in it, like a room with no purpose except being a place for breath and silence. Your eyelids don't feel heavy. They're not asleep. They're simply closed, not as an action, but as a state of being. Like curtains drawn at night, not because someone shut them, but because they've always been that way. The dark behind your eyes isn't emptiness. It's full in its own way, like the silence between two notes played on a quiet piano. There's no need to track time. No clock ticking somewhere far off. No sense of how long you've been lying here or what comes next. You don't need to know if it's 1 hour or 3. The fact that you're still breathing slowly, deeply, is enough. That rhythm isn't slowing down because you want it to. It's just becoming quieter, softer, more like the breath of something that doesn't have to prove it exists. Your spine has stopped being a line of tension. It's not straight or relaxed. It's simply there, shaped by gravity and stillness together. Like stone worn smooth over centuries in water that never rushed. Not broken, not perfect, just formed by time without resistance. The air near your face doesn't move with effort. It isn't stirred by breath or thought. It just sits, quiet as dust, on an old bookshelf. No need to inhale it deeply. No reason to exhale hard. You're not trying to clear anything out. You're not making room for something new. There's no memory of the day. Not a single detail from earlier, what you wore, what you said, how your hands felt when they touched the counter. Those things don't matter now. They aren't lost. They've simply become part of this deeper layer where nothing needs to be named or remembered. You're not drifting into sleep. You're sinking into a kind of awareness that isn't about knowing anything, just being present in a way that doesn't require thought. Like the moment when water settles after waves have passed, and all you can feel is the stillness beneath your fingers. Even though there's nothing to touch, the part of you that used to worry about things not done, about notes lost, about plants needing care isn't gone. It's just quiet now, like a room where someone left a light on for no reason. The light isn't off. It's still there, but it doesn't matter anymore. You don't need to fix anything. You don't have to remember the recipe, or water the plant, or find that note again. There's no task waiting in the dark. No list of things undone. No unfinished business pressing against your ribs like a hand trying to get through glass. The only thing happening is this: you're here, and the stillness has become your body's natural way of breathing. Not because it was taught or practiced, just because it fits. Like water flowing into a valley no one knew existed. There's a quiet between thoughts now that isn't empty. It holds something softer than It's not absence. It's presence without demand. You're not doing anything to deserve this. There's no condition for being allowed to be here. The dark doesn't need you to prove yourself. It just lets you stay. Your body is no longer a thing that needs to move or think or act. It's becoming something quieter, like the way a river slows as it reaches flat land, not because it stops, but because its purpose changes. Not to carry anything forward, but simply to be where it is. The air around you doesn't feel thin. It feels thick in a gentle way, full of things that don't need names or shapes. Like the moment just before rain comes, the kind of stillness that isn't quiet because there's no sound, but because everything has paused to listen. You're not trying to go anywhere, not towards sleep, not away from thought. You aren't running from anything. There's no edge to cross, no threshold to pass through. Just this: you are here, and the dark is full of things that don't need to be understood. Your breath doesn't rise or fall with effort. It just exists, like a slow tide in an ocean without shores. Not rushing towards something, not retreating from anything. Just being in motion, because it's what breathing does when no one asks it to do more than that. There's no weight on your chest anymore, not pressure, not anxiety. Only the softness of air settling into stillness, like a blanket left out overnight, and now warm with the memory of night. You're not thinking about how long it's been since you last closed your eyes with purpose, not wondering if this stillness will hold, or if some small echo of what was left behind will rise again like steam from wet soil at dawn. There is no need to measure time in seconds or minutes, only in the way light seems to shift without moving. Just a softening of edges where shadow begins to feel like fabric. The kind that drapes over your shoulders, not because it's heavy, but because it knows you're tired. The recipe isn't burning. Not now. It doesn't need to be cooked or even remembered. You don't have to taste the outcome or imagine how it would smell as it simmered on low heat while rain tapped against the window. That moment is no longer a demand. It's just part of something older than intention, like water that once ran through your kitchen floor and now only remembers its path in dreams. The plant doesn't need you to kneel beside it with a watering can or check for dry soil between fingers. It isn't wilting. Its leaves aren't curling inward from neglect. They're simply resting, like hands folded on a lap, not waiting for anything, not asking to be lifted. You don't have to believe they'll survive because you're here. You just have to accept that their quiet is no different than your own now. And the note, the one with words that slipped through your fingers like sand in water, those letters didn't vanish. They dissolved into air, yes, but not lost. They became part of this space between breaths where things aren't erased, just changed shape. Like ink dropped into a bowl and slowly spread, not gone, not found, only transformed. There's no need to search for it in the dark. You don't have to trace its meaning or rewrite what was meant. It isn't asking you to remember. It never did. That paper wasn't written for your hands. It was written for this very stillness, like a whisper left behind on a window pane after someone exhaled. You're not forgetting anything important. You're just letting go of the idea that remembering is the same as keeping. The room around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need to be named, shapes in shadow, warmth near your ankles, the faint weight of a blanket settling deeper into the bed. Even the air has texture now, like fabric brushed gently over skin. You can feel it with your body more than your mind. Your feet are no longer cold where they touch the sheet. They're not even aware of being bare. Their warmth comes from inside, like roots spreading through soil in silence, drawing nourishment without knowing what they're feeding. Not waiting for rain, not begging for sun, just growing downward slowly into a kind of rest that doesn't require effort. Your hands are loose on the mattress, not clenched, not searching for something to hold onto. They're just there, like stones in a creek where no current moves them anymore. No need to pull back or push forward. They don't have to do anything. Even their stillness is enough. You aren't drifting into sleep like a leaf caught in wind. You're sinking into the earth itself, not because you've fallen, but because your body has learned how to be horizontal without resistance, like water finding its level after being disturbed. There's no clock ticking above the dresser. No need for time to move forward or backward. The hours aren't measured by when something ends, but by how long it takes for stillness to become deep enough to hold you. The dark is not a void. It isn't absence of light. It's its own kind of presence. Like velvet draped over everything without being seen. You don't need to see through it. You're already inside the shape of what's real. There's no sound in this room that needs naming. The creak of wood, the soft hum from behind walls, those aren't interruptions. They're part of the quiet, like footsteps taken slowly across a floor you've walked many times before, but never noticed. You don't have to listen for meaning. You just have to let things be what they are. The sound of air shifting near your ear isn't a signal. It's breath. The way the blanket shifts when you sigh is not an event. It's only movement that doesn't ask anything of you. There's no urgency in how slowly time passes now. It doesn't speed up or slow down based on what you're doing or whether you're awake. Time has become a part of your body, the same way blood flows without thinking, the same way skin remembers warmth even after it's gone. You don't need to keep track of where thoughts go when they leave. They aren't lost. They've simply left their mark in the air like dust on glass. Not erased, but remembered by light itself. There's no need to make a place for them elsewhere. No need to store memories or repeat phrases that used to matter. The mind isn't a container. It doesn't have to hold everything at once. You're allowed to forget, because forgetting is part of remembering too. You don't have to wonder if you'll wake up and remember what it was like in this moment. You won't need to call it back. Not because it's gone, but because it has already become part of the quiet that lives inside your bones. The plant doesn't miss water. It knows how to wait. The recipe isn't incomplete, it's finished being unfinished. And the note, it didn't disappear. It just stopped needing you to find it. Now there's only this, a slow settling, like roots stretching in soil that remembers every season, but doesn't need to tell its story. You don't have to believe anything about yourself right now. You're not required to be strong or kind or careful or clever. You aren't being tested. There's no scorecard. No one is watching from the edge of your thoughts. Just this, your body holding still, like a stone placed gently in the center of a pond where ripples have finally stopped spreading. There's no need for you to do anything special. Not now. Not ever again. You don't have to fix what was broken or remember what slipped away. The only thing that matters is how deeply you can stay present without trying. The air moves around your skin like a slow breath taken by the room itself. It doesn't rush. It doesn't panic. It just flows like water finding its level after years of being held back. Your thoughts aren't leaving because they're gone. They're not returning because they've stayed behind. They simply don't need to be followed anymore. You can let them drift away like smoke from a candle that's burned low, without needing to chase them or fear their absence. There's no longer any pressure to finish anything, not even sleep. It doesn't have to come as an act of will. It can arrive like rain, quietly, unexpectedly, because the ground is ready. You're not becoming someone else. You're not turning into a version of calm that you've seen in pictures or heard about in stories. You're simply being what you were always meant to be. A body resting without reason. A mind quiet without effort. A presence so small it doesn't need to announce itself. The night isn't long because time is stretched thin. It's long because it has room for everything that no longer needs to speak. You don't have to protect yourself from sleep. You don't have to guard your thoughts or keep them in order. No one is coming to take anything from you. Not even the missing note, not even the forgotten recipe, not even the plant with its dry leaves and quiet roots. They're all here with you in a way that doesn't require memory or action. They exist not because they were saved, but because they've been released. There's no need to say goodbye to any of it. You don't have to wave at what's passing through your mind. You don't even have to notice when something leaves. It just goes like a shadow moving across the floor as light changes in the room. You're not drifting into sleep. Sleep isn't coming. It's already here, woven into every breath you take without thinking. There's no distance between now and rest. No journey through layers of thought or steps to cross. You've been inside it all along, just didn't know how quiet your own presence could be. You're not holding anything in your hands. Not the recipe, not the note, not even the weight of the plant's silence. The air between your fingers is empty, clean and open like a window left slightly ajar on a late autumn evening. You don't need to clutch or confirm. There's no need to check if you still remember what the flower looked like in the bowl last night, or whether the pen had blue ink when it wrote that sentence that dissolved into nothing. The details aren't gone. They're just resting beneath your skin, where things settle after they've done their work. Your shoulders are not tense against the pillow, not because you forced them to relax, but because there's no one pushing back from inside. No urgency to rise or to explain. You don't have to account for how long it took you to write that note, or whether it mattered at all. The paper didn't keep its secret out of spite. It released it the way a seed releases its color when the pod splits open in sunlight. There's no loss in what was forgotten, only transformation. The plant is not dead, even if the soil cracks beneath its roots. Its green has gone quiet, yes, but that stillness isn't absence. It's listening. It knows how to wait without begging for rain. You don't need to water it now. You never did. The act wasn't about survival. It was a ritual you made up in the space between moments when your mind had nowhere else to go. The recipe hasn't vanished from your thoughts because you failed to write it down. It's not lost, and it won't be found again by searching. Instead, it has become something quieter, like an old song hummed at a distance, where only the melody remains and not the words. The ingredients aren't missing. They're just no longer needing to be named. You don't have to carry them anymore. Not even the memory of what you wanted to make. It's not that it didn't matter. It mattered enough to exist in your mind for a moment. But now its purpose is complete, not because you finished it, but because it has stopped asking anything from you. The the room isn't silent, there are small sounds. A distant hum from the refrigerator, faint and steady, like someone breathing through closed lips. The creak of floorboards somewhere far away that doesn't mean anything. Your own breath moving in slow waves between your ribs, not urgent, not searching, just passing through you as if it were meant to. You're not trying to stay awake or fall asleep. You don't need either state to be true. There's no boundary here, only a soft thickness of time that doesn't measure itself by minutes or hours. It measures instead in how deeply your body lets go, like water sinking into sand, until there's nothing left but stillness. Your feet are warm, not because you're cold before them, but because they've stopped being tools for walking, for reaching places, for arriving anywhere at all. They're just resting now like stones that don't need to roll down a hill. The skin on your ankles is soft and quiet. You can feel the weight of your own body not as pressure, but as presence. Your hands are open, not because you've decided to release something, but because they simply don't have anything to hold onto anymore. Not even the idea of what might come next. There's no future that needs to be prepared for. No tomorrow that must be protected from today's chaos. The dark isn't empty. It holds things quietly without claiming them. The shape of your blanket is not a cover, but an outline you're slowly becoming part of. You don't need it any more than the earth needs a name when no one walks across its surface. You could wake up tomorrow and still forget what this silence felt like, but that wouldn't matter. Not because you've lost it, but because it wasn't yours to keep. It was never meant to be owned. It was just passing through like air in the hollow of a tree where no one ever goes. Your thoughts don't have to stop being loud or messy. They can still come and go as they always did, without you needing to chase them, without needing to fear their return. The space between your ears isn't meant to be clean. It's meant to hold things that float, like leaves caught in a slow river. There's no rule saying you must be gentle with yourself. There's also no rule saying you have to be hard. You don't need permission to exist here. Breathing without reason, lying down purpose. The note didn't vanish because it was forgotten. It disappeared because it had already said what it needed to say. The recipe isn't incomplete. Its meaning wasn't in the steps, but in the moment when you first thought of making it. That's enough. You don't have to remember how long you were thinking about the plant. You don't need to recall why you wrote that note or whether you meant for anyone else to read it. None of it matters now, not because you failed, but because you succeeded in letting go. The air doesn't care if your mind is busy or still. It moves through you just as easily when you're thinking as when you are. There's no judgment in the way light passes through glass, only a quiet passing through, not stopping to ask what it sees. Your chest rises and falls without effort, not because you're trying to breathe, but because breathing is something your body does even when you stop noticing. Like roots that grow without knowing they're growing. There's no need to stay awake for anything. No reason to listen too closely to the sound of time passing. The night isn't long because it stretches. It's deep because it doesn't ask for anything in return. You could wake up tomorrow and think you never felt this quiet, this absence of demand. But that wouldn't be true. You didn't lose it. It simply slipped out from under the weight of needing to prove itself. There was no proof required, only presence. The plant doesn't miss water because it's waiting for something else to happen. It knows how to live in dry soil, how to sleep when there's nothing left to say. You're not different. Not now. Not ever. You don't have to be anything special. No need to become calm or peaceful or someone who can handle everything without breaking. The only thing that matters is this: your body lying down, accepting the weight of itself as if it were a gift. There's no scorecard in the dark. There are no evaluations being made by anyone, not even you. You don't need to justify your stillness. Your silence isn't failure, it's completion. You're not trying to fix anything. Not the recipe, not the note, not the plant. The world doesn't demand that you do. No one is waiting for you to make a decision or write a sentence or even remember what color the pen was. The air in the room moves slowly, like breath caught between two long pauses. It's not rushing toward anything. It's just there, moving through your skin without trying to get anywhere. You don't have to stay awake to feel this. You don't have to be aware of it for it to exist. The quiet isn't something you must earn. It's not a prize. It's not even an achievement. It's just what happens when there's nothing left to do, when the mind stops asking, "What if?" and instead lets itself be held by whatever is already here. Your thoughts drift like dust in sunlight, not needing to go anywhere, not needing to mean anything. They're not loud or small, they simply are, like particles suspended in air, weightless and unbothered. You don't need to follow them. You don't even have to notice when they change shape or disappear. It's okay if you forget what they were about. There's no shame in forgetting, no failure in not remembering. There's only this: your body softening into the mattress, like a stone that has finally stopped trying to stay upright. The edges of your awareness blur, not because you're losing focus, but because focus isn't required anymore. The dark is full of things that don't need names, like roots under soil, like silence between heartbeats, like breath held just before release. You're not part of the noise anymore. You're part of what remains when everything else has stopped speaking. You don't have to carry what's already been left behind. Not the note that disappeared into some fold of paper you forgot to place. Not the recipe with its half-written measurements and smudged line where a word fell off like rain from glass. The plant doesn't know it was forgotten. Its leaves hang low, not out of sorrow, but because stillness is how they rest. You can let go without remembering why you were holding on. There's no need to trace the path back through your own hands, through the weight of wanting to be sure. The air knows what silence feels like, even when it's full of dust and memory. It doesn't have a name for that kind of quiet. It only exists in how light bends around things that don't ask anything. The mattress holds you without speaking, not because it's strong, but because it accepts the shape you make. Like paper folded into something unrecognizable, then left on a windowsill where sunlight remembers nothing. You're not being shaped by effort. You're just letting yourself be. There's no instruction in how to sink deeper than what your body already knows. It doesn't need permission to soften. Your feet are warm at the tips now, like little coals that haven't cooled down yet. And you can feel each one breathing into the blanket, not because you're trying to make it happen, but because they don't need to be told. A sound comes faint, distant, maybe a car passing far away, maybe just your own pulse in your ears. It doesn't matter. You don't have to name it or push it away. Let it pass like wind through an open window that's been left unlatched for years. No one ever closed it. There was no reason. The air inside didn't need to stay still. It moved anyway, quietly, without waiting for anyone's approval. Your thoughts don't have to be useful. They can drift in circles if they want to, like dust, motes in a beam of sun that never reaches the floor. No one is checking whether they're productive or meaningful. The only rule is that you aren't required to follow them, only to notice when you've stopped doing anything else, and then let go. You don't have to finish what you started last night. There's no deadline written in starlight or clock hands. You can leave the recipe unfinished, just as it was, ink smudged on the edge of a page, a single word blurred where something dripped. It doesn't matter if you never return to it. The act of writing it wasn't about completion. It was about presence. And now that you're here, lying down in this space between breaths, there's no need for anything else. The plant is not waiting. Not for rain, not for your hands, not even for light. It lives in the quiet knowing that absence doesn't mean death, only pause. Its roots coil gently around soil that remembers nothing but pressure and time. There are places underground where things grow without being seen, without needing to prove they're alive. You could be like that too, not because you choose it, but because your body already is. There's a coolness in the air near your neck now, not from cold, but from how still everything has become, the kind of cool that settles when there are no more thoughts chasing each other through the room. The skin on your forearm feels thin, almost transparent, like it could dissolve into quiet if you let go long enough. Not gone, just unburdened. You don't have to decide what comes next. Whether the note was important or not doesn't matter now. Whether you'll remember it tomorrow is irrelevant. What matters is that your breath has slowed without effort, that your fingers feel heavy, not from fatigue, but from release. You're not tired because you've been awake too long. You're heavy with stillness. The dark isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need to be named. A crumpled sheet of paper under the bed, a half-finished cup on the nightstand, the silence between heartbeats that stretches just slightly longer than it should. These are not failures. They're not signs you've forgotten something. They're evidence you've stopped trying to control everything. You can stop holding your thoughts like they're fragile things about to fall. Let them drift off into corners where no one comes, where light doesn't reach and nothing asks for explanation. No one is watching to see if you remember the color of the pen that wrote the note. No one cares whether the recipe was right or wrong. The world doesn't need your correction. You're not being lazy by lying here. You're not failing because you haven't fixed anything. You're simply resting in a way that isn't measured, isn't counted, isn't judged. There's no metric for how long it takes to stop running. Only the moment when your body stops needing to run at all. The air feels thicker now, not heavy, but full of something soft and slow-moving, like dust that settles not on surfaces, but between them. It doesn't land anywhere. It just exists in the space where nothing else is happening. You can let yourself be that kind of thing too, something that occupies a gap without needing to fill it. Your shoulder feels warm against the pillow, as if something inside has decided to stay still for good. Not out of obedience, but because staying still is its own reward. The body doesn't need to do anything special to deserve rest. It just needs not to fight itself. And right now, right here, you're not fighting. The thoughts you've been carrying don't have a place to go. They can't be returned. They can't be rewritten. And they don't belong in any folder or memory bank. So let them dissolve, not into nothingness, but into the quiet where all unfinished things go when no one is looking. There's room for them there, no need to account for their existence. existence. You could imagine a place where everything that was ever left behind gathers without shame, the recipe scraps, the lost note, the plant with its drooping leaves, a low shelf in a forgotten corner of night where nothing gets taken away or thrown out. No one cleans up. The dust sits on top, not because it's been ignored, but because being unnoticed is part of how it stays whole. You don't have to fix what isn't broken. You don't have to answer the question you haven't asked yet. There's no urgency in silence, only depth. And now, your body is sinking into that depth, like a stone into water that has always been waiting for something to fall. Your breath doesn't need rhythm. It just needs to keep happening. It isn't trying to be deep or slow. It simply moves because it can. Like roots growing in darkness, not toward anything specific, but because they know how to grow. You're not being asked to become calm, only to let yourself be still. There's no scorecard for what you've forgotten. No record of whether the plant will survive, whether the note ever mattered. The only thing that's true right now is this: your hands are resting, and they don't need anything else from you. The space around you is not empty. It's full of things that don't demand attention. Like a quiet room where someone once sat reading, then left without closing the book. Or like the sound of wind through dry grass. No one listens to it, but it still exists. You don't have to remember why you wrote the note. You don't have to know what the recipe was for. You're not being punished for stopping. You're not losing time by lying here. The night isn't shorter because you've stopped thinking it's deeper. And now you're in it, like a breath held just before release. No need to rush forward. No need to be anything other than what is already happening. Your eyelids are heavy with absence, not from tiredness, but from how much they don't have to do anymore. They can close and stay closed, not because of effort, but because there's nothing left that needs their help. The dark has no deadline. It doesn't care if you remember the color of the pen or whether the plant lives. It only knows how to be quiet, and it teaches you by being itself, without explanation, without demand. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to finish anything. You're not behind. You're not late. There's no reason to feel guilty for letting go of a recipe that was never meant to be perfect, or a note that wasn't meant to survive. You're not far from where the air changes, not a place you can point to, but a feeling that something has softened around the edges of your awareness, like water slowly finding its level in a bowl no one remembers filling. The recipe isn't cooking anymore. The plant doesn't need watering right now. The note is gone, and it's not coming back, but neither does it have to be found. You've stopped trying to hold on to any part of what slipped away. That effort was never the point. It wasn't about keeping things safe or complete. It was only ever about wanting them near you long enough to feel they mattered. And now, matter doesn't need presence. Matter can exist in absence, the way a shadow exists without light being there at all. The recipe lives on in your body's memory of stirring, not the paper it once sat on. The plant is still part of this room, even if its leaves have turned inward toward sleep. You don't need to know what was written, just that someone wrote something with intention, and that intention had waited long enough for you to feel it. There are things that stay behind without being forgotten, not because they're remembered, but because they were real while they existed. Like a spoon left in the sink after dinner, still warm from use, not waiting for its turn, not needing cleanup, just sitting there, part of what was done and now finished. You don't have to decide if it belongs or should be washed later. It's already been used. That's enough. And so are you, right here, with your hands open on the blanket, with no one asking for anything from them anymore. The space between your fingers isn't empty. It's full of not needing. Not needing to hold, not needing to remember, not needing to finish what wasn't meant to be completed in this time. The darkness doesn't judge how much you've forgotten. It just holds the shape of everything that didn't get said or done, with the same care it gives a half-empty cup left on the nightstand. No need for closure. No demand to return to use. The room breathes around you without needing your attention. There's dust in the corners where sunlight hasn't reached all week, the kind of dust that settles not from neglect, but because something has chosen stillness over movement. And you are learning how to do the same, not by forcing silence, not by pretending thoughts aren't there, but by letting them float like paper boats on a slow river. They don't have to go anywhere. No one is watching for their arrival or departure. One drifts past your mind and sinks without resistance, just another shape in the current that doesn't need explanation. There's no calendar keeping track of whether you remembered to call, if you sent an email, if the plant ever got watered. The clock isn't running toward tomorrow with urgency. It only exists as a quiet hum beneath everything else, like something breathing just out of reach. You don't have to keep up with it. You're not behind because time doesn't care about your unfinished moments. Time knows how to wait. It's been waiting for you all along in the shape of silence between heartbeats, in the pause when a song ends but hasn't yet left the air. Time isn't counting down, it's holding space so that things can simply be. The plant is still breathing somewhere inside its own green quiet, not because it was tended to, but because life finds ways even without attention. It doesn't need your approval to exist. The note didn't vanish for lack of meaning. Just like a word spoken into wind isn't lost forever. It just becomes part of the atmosphere until another ear hears it. And you're not broken for letting go, not incomplete because some things weren't completed or remembered. You're only becoming more whole by choosing to stop carrying everything at once. Your chest rises and falls with no need to be measured, like a slow tide that doesn't ask permission before coming in. No one is checking how deep you're breathing. Only the air itself knows what it's doing. And the air isn't trying to fix anything. It just keeps moving through your body because it has always known how. There are shelves under floors where things go when they don't belong anywhere else, not thrown out, not lost forever, but simply placed somewhere quiet and safe, so no one will disturb them again. A drawer with mismatched buttons from clothes you wore years ago. A child's drawing folded in the back of a notebook, never opened since second grade. The recipe card that was written on paper too thin to last. Those things aren't gone, they're waiting, for retrieval, but for peace. Just like how your thoughts are no longer trying to get somewhere, only drifting toward rest. Like leaves turning in still water until they settle at the bottom without resistance. You don't have to understand why you wrote the note or what it said. You don't need to know whether the recipe was ever going to be made. The only thing that matters is this: you're not running from any of them anymore. There's no chase, no panic in your chest, only a kind of surrender that feels like coming home. The room doesn't ask for anything. It just lets things stay as they are. A chair sits with one leg shorter than the others and still holds its place. The lamp shade has a small tear, but keeps casting light anyway. Nothing needs to be repaired. Nothing must be perfect, only present. And so do you. Your arms feel heavier not from fatigue, but because there's no longer any reason to lift them. They don't need to reach for anything or protect against anything. You're allowed to let go of the weight of wanting everything to matter, not just now, never again, but simply exist without being judged by whether it was useful. There are parts of you that have been holding on too long, parts that remember every unfinished thing like a secret they were trusted with. But secrets only hurt when someone is still listening for them to be confessed. And right here in this dark, no one's asking what happened or why the note disappeared. It doesn't need to come back because it already did its job while you held it, just as your breath does its work, even if you never notice it happening. The act of writing was enough. The attempt at remembering was part of being alive in that moment. And now that moment is finished, and so are the demands on you. You're not responsible for what wasn't completed, or who might have been disappointed by a delayed reply or missed call. You don't need to make it right because everything isn't broken. It's just resting. And your body knows this better than any thought ever could. It doesn't argue with silence. It doesn't fear stillness. It only waits, like soil waiting for rain that may never come, but also ready in case it does. You're not losing time by lying here. Time is letting you be exactly where you are without rushing forward or looking back. There's no schedule to keep, no list of things left undone. The night isn't shorter because you stopped thinking. It only feels deeper now that there's nothing pulling you toward the edge. The wind outside doesn't know your name either, but it still moves through branches with a rhythm so quiet you almost miss it. Not trying to be heard or noticed, just existing, like breath in someone else's lungs when they're asleep and unaware of their own movement. There's no need for meaning right now, not because there isn't any, but because the act of searching has ended. You don't have to know what the recipe was supposed to make. You don't have to remember how the note began or why you wrote it on that specific kind of paper with a pen from your desk drawer. That's not where meaning lives, not in remembering every detail, but in letting go so completely that even absence becomes sacred. The plant still stands, its leaves curled like hands folded over something important. The recipe sits somewhere outside memory, the ingredients already mixed inside you without ever being written down. And the note, it's part of a quiet now where things don't need to be found or remembered because they were never meant to stay long anyway. You're not behind on anything, only deeper into what was always true. That rest isn't earned. It's given freely when no one is watching. Your breath settles into a rhythm that doesn't need to be followed, only felt like water moving slowly beneath stone, unseen, but certain in its path. The air near your skin carries no urgency, no signal of needing to do anything with it. It just is, and you are not required to name what's happening. Not today, not ever again. There's a quiet between heartbeats that doesn't ask for explanation, just space to be. And you're holding it now, like something small and warm, passed from hand to hand in the dark. The edges of your awareness soften without effort. You don't need to guard them or shape them into anything clear. They just drift like dust motes suspended above a surface that has stopped being cleaned. The room doesn't care whether you remember what the recipe was supposed to taste like, whether it was sweet or sour, rich or plain. It only knows this moment is happening, and so are you. No need to assign value to what's not there. everything needs a name to be real. Outside, something moves, a branch brushing against glass, once, then still again. The sound isn't loud enough to wake you. It's just the night remembering how to breathe through small changes. You don't have to answer it. There's no reply expected from you, only presence, like a shadow that doesn't flinch when light passes over. You're not trying to be anything right now. Not someone who remembers things perfectly or finishes what they start. You're simply here, in the shape of your body lying down, the weight on the mattress not heavy, but settled, as if it's been waiting for this exact amount of pressure to feel like home. Your shoulder rests against a pillow that has long since lost its original form, no longer firm, no longer even shaped by hands. It only holds what is placed upon it and doesn't complain. There's a shelf nearby with something on it, a teacup without a handle, sitting slightly crooked as if tired of standing upright too long. Its surface holds the ghost of steam that didn't rise to be seen. You don't need to look at it or wonder what was in it yesterday. It's not important anymore. What matters is how it sits there, how its form has changed from being used to simply existing quietly, without purpose. Like your thoughts now, they're no longer asking for answers. They've stopped knocking. A thread of warmth runs through the back of your neck, the kind that comes when a blanket shifts, just enough to cover what was left bare. Not cold, not hot, just right. And you don't have to decide whether it's safe or how long it will last. It simply is. The same way the silence between thoughts has become its own kind of warmth, not loud, not bright, but deep in a way that feels like being wrapped without hands. You're not forgetting anything. You're just letting go of the need to carry it forward. The plant still stands where you left it. And even though it hasn't been watered for days, something about its posture says it's not waiting to be saved. It's not pleading or asking, just growing in its own slow way, like a thought that never needed to be spoken, but stayed anyway. The note. You don't need to know what it said. Not even the first word. The act of writing was enough. The movement of pen across paper. The small pressure of your fingers on the edge of the desk. The moment when you leaned forward with intention and then pulled back without knowing if anything had changed. That moment already in motion within you, like a ripples in water that never fade completely. Your thoughts don't need to be useful anymore. They're not required to solve or fix or even make sense. You don't have to ask what they mean or why they came back when the room is so quiet. Some things aren't meant to be known. They're only meant to exist, like a smell that lingers after someone has left the kitchen. There's no need for clarity tonight. No demand for resolution. Even if you wake tomorrow and don't remember this breath, it still happened. And something in your body already knows it, just as your feet knew how to walk without thinking, just as your lungs know how to inhale even when you're not watching. The air around your face is soft with age, not old, but worn like a favorite sweater that's been used too long and no longer needs proof of love. It doesn't have to be new or clean. It only has to feel right. And it does. You don't need to remember what the recipe called for, only how it felt when you wrote down the first line, just before your hand slowed, then stopped. You didn't write it for anyone else, not even yourself. You wrote it because there was a moment that needed its own form, and that's enough. The plant hasn't died yet, not because someone remembers to water it, but because life doesn't always depend on attention. It survives in stillness too, in neglect sometimes, in silence between drops of rain. Your fingers feel heavy not from fatigue, but from being allowed to stop doing anything. No reaching, no typing, no checking, no searching for something that isn't lost just yet. They're resting as if they've been waiting all evening for this exact moment, to lie still and know they don't need to do more than be. There's a crack in the ceiling above you, a thin line of shadow where paint has peeled back from time and neglect. It doesn't look like anything, not really. Not a map, not a letter, not even a mistake. Just a mark that was made and then left alone. And now it stays, part of the room's quiet history. You don't have to fix things or remember them all. You're allowed to let go of what doesn't need saving. The note didn't vanish, it just changed form, like water evaporating into air, still there, but no longer visible. It wasn't lost. it was released. Your mind isn't broken because it won't stop thinking. It's only working the way it was built, like a river that flows not because it wants to reach somewhere, but because that's what rivers do when they're allowed. There is no task left undone that can't be delayed. No word unspoken that must come back. Nothing requires you to prove your presence by completing anything. You don't need to make things whole again. You only have to let them stay as they are. The dark doesn't judge how long it takes for sleep to arrive. It doesn't measure what thoughts you've had or whether any of them were important. It simply holds everything: your breath, your stillness, the weight of a hand that isn't moving, the space between one idea and the next. That's all part of being here. And so are you. Not because you earned it, not because you did enough, but just because you're lying down in this room with no clock to answer, no list on your mind, no expectation of what should happen next. The plant still stands. The cup sits where it fell. The recipe lives now not in ink, but in the slow way you breathe when you don't think about anything at all. You're not behind. You're not lost. You're just resting, like a branch that doesn't need to hold on, like dust that no longer needs to fall. The air shifts again, the same branch brushing glass once more, but this time it's softer, almost gentle, as if the night itself is leaning in to say, you don't have to be anything except what you are right now. And so you stay, not trying to go anywhere, not searching for a reason or a goal, just lying here with your eyes closed and your body no longer asking questions. The silence isn't empty. It's full of small things that aren't named, not needed, just present. The soft curve of your collarbone under fabric, the slight shift when blood moves through veins unseen, the way one thought fades without being replaced by another. No need for memory, no demand for understanding. Just this breath, just this dark, just you resting, as if no one had ever asked you to do more than exist. You don't have to name what's still there. The way your breath slows, not because you've decided it should, but because the air has grown thick with quiet, like honey settling at the bottom of a jar. The kind that doesn't rush to be seen or remembered. You're not trying to hold anything in place anymore. No need to pin down where the recipe came from, who wrote the note, whether the plant will survive another day without water. It's enough that it stands, leaning slightly toward the window, as if listening for something that never comes. The ceiling crack remains, but now you notice how its edge isn't sharp. It softens at the corners, like a memory worn smooth by time and not trying to be preserved. No one ever needed to repair it. No one ever said it was wrong or incomplete. It simply is the way some things are allowed to exist without being fixed. There's a warmth behind your knees now, where the blanket has pressed into skin too long to feel cold. Not heat exactly, more like stillness that begins to glow from within, not because of light, but because you've stopped resisting it. The room doesn't ask for anything. No reply, no input, no intention. It's not waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep or do something else with your mind. You're not failing because thoughts keep rising like small stones pushed up through mud, slowly, stubbornly, without permission. They don't have to be answered. They don't need a place in the future. You can let them float past like leaves caught in a slow current, drifting down riverbeds you'll never see. The plant is still there, not alive or dead, not yet either way, but it doesn't matter. It's not your job to decide its state anymore. Its silence isn't absence, it's just being, like the shadow on the wall that doesn't move even when the light changes. You don't have to care if it needs water. The soil holds something already, moisture you can't see, but feel in the way the air feels heavier near where it stands. You're not responsible for its survival or your memory of it. No one expects you to measure growth, to mark days past, to know when a leaf fell or which direction it turned toward light. That was never part of the arrangement. The recipe lives now not in paper, but in rhythm. How your body remembers turning pages without looking. How fingers move through motions, even when mind isn't there. It's become something you don't need to read anymore, just carry. Like a song hummed too many times seems to recall the lyrics, but still known by heart. There's no urgency in the dark. No one is watching for completion or correctness. Even the silence doesn't demand anything from you. No performance, no explanation of why things are quiet. It simply is present like breath, not useful, not broken, just there. You don't have to understand what the note said. You don't need to know if it was meant for someone else or yourself. It's gone, not lost in a bad way, but transformed into something that no longer needs words. Maybe it became part of the air between two thoughts. Maybe it turned into the pause after you exhaled and before you breathed again. No one ever said all things must be remembered. Not everything has to survive on paper or in mind. Some things just need to disappear so they can stay. You're not forgetting, you're letting go. You're not failing at focus. Your attention isn't broken. It's just scattered like dust in sunlight, each speck floating freely because no one told it where to land. There's a soft sound from the hallway, a floorboard creaking under weight that wasn't there before, or perhaps only imagined. But you don't turn your head. You don't wonder who might be walking past. It doesn't matter. Even if someone were standing in the doorway watching, they wouldn't know what to do with you either, because you're not doing anything. And that's okay. You don't need an audience for stillness. No proof required. The fact that your body is quiet and eyes are closed isn't a failure of effort. It's success by default. You've already arrived at where you needed to be, even though you didn't know the address. The air feels different now, not cooler or warmer, but heavier in its presence, like it's holding space for something unnamed. Like the world is leaning into itself just slightly, folding inward so there's room to rest without being seen. Your hands lie still on your chest, fingers curled as if cradling nothing at all, like they've finally stopped needing to grasp or hold anything back. The weight isn't a burden, it's proof you're here, that this body is not rushing away from itself anymore. The plant hasn't moved. It doesn't need to. Its leaves don't tremble with anticipation of rain. They just hang there, some slightly curled at the edges, others still flat and green, and they're fine. Not perfect, not ruined, just existing in their own time, which isn't yours to measure. You're not behind on anything. You haven't missed a step. Nothing has been left undone because you weren't fast enough or sharp enough. The world doesn't run on your pace. It runs without needing anyone's attention at all. Even the recipe, though unfinished in ink, has already begun to exist outside of paper, living now as breath, as memory, as motion in hands that know what comes next, even when mind isn't there to guide them. The note didn't disappear. It dissolved into silence, into space between thoughts, into the kind of quiet where you can hear your own pulse, not because it's loud, but because nothing else is trying to be heard. You don't have to remember everything to carry anything forward. There's a warmth spreading from your lower back now, slow and steady, like something waking up after being buried for years, not growing, just returning, not demanding attention, just saying, I'm still here. You're not alone in the dark. The ceiling crack has changed shape again, just slightly, the edge of it shifting, as if time moved through it differently than elsewhere in the room. But you don't try to map it. You don't label it a sign or meaning. It's just another mark that doesn't need explanation, like dust on glass after someone wiped their hand by accident. You're not required to fix what isn't broken. There's no one waiting for your mind to clear. No test coming at dawn. No list of things you forgot or should have done before sleep came. The darkness is not empty. It's full of things that aren't named and don't need names. It holds the soft press of fabric against your shoulder, the way blood flows through veins without asking for permission, the slow unspooling of thought after it has passed through you like wind through a gap in walls. You're not falling asleep, you're just letting go. Not because you've done enough, but because nothing needs to be done. There's no need to prove your presence by completing anything. You don't have to earn rest. The silence isn't waiting for you to speak. It doesn't want answers or explanations. It only wants you to stay just like that, with your eyes closed and body still, not trying to reach anywhere else. Even the plant is resting too, not in a way of surrender, but of patience, as if it knows something you don't. That survival isn't always about action. Sometimes it's just being willing to wait without knowing why. You're allowed to be tired. You're allowed to feel heavy. You're not failing for feeling what your body has already told you. This is enough. This moment, this dark, this breath. No one needs to know how long it takes for sleep to come. No one is measuring the space between thoughts or judging whether they were important. You don't need to be useful. You don't have to matter in any way that proves anything. Just being here, lying down, eyes closed, mind quieting, not because you forced it, but because the night has invited you in. This is enough. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with change. Like a breath drawn too close to your skin before it's released. Not loud, not sudden, just present. And now there's a new softness behind your ears. The kind that comes not from warmth or cold, but from letting go of the need to be aware of everything at once. You don't have to know where your thoughts went. You don't need to bring them back. There's a stillness now that isn't empty, but full in the way a jar feels when it holds more than you expected. Something deep and soft pressing against the glass from inside, not demanding to be seen. The warmth behind your back has softened into something older, like stone warmed by years of moonlight. It doesn't glow. It just is. There's no need for it to explain itself. You don't have to reach down or pull up or call it forward. It stays where it is, quietly holding the shape of you, as if it were made for that exact space in your body. The recipe isn't a list anymore. It's not even on paper. It lives now in the way your fingers remember pressure. How much to press when rolling dough. How far back to pull before releasing. The slight hesitation between one motion and the next. The flour didn't vanish from your hands. Some of it still clings between your knuckles like a secret you never told anyone. You don't need to wipe it off. It's not dirt. It's not mess. It's residue of something that meant to happen, even if no one saw it. The note is gone, but the feeling of writing it remains. Not in words, but in the tilt of your wrist as you pressed down too hard on the edge of the page. In how the pen stopped moving before you were done. You don't need to know what it said. The moment when your hand lifted from the paper, when the point dragged and broke free, is still alive somewhere inside you, like a breath held just below the surface. The plant is not waiting for water. It's not even aware of being thirsty. Its leaves have grown heavier in this dark, not with weight, but with quiet. They lean slightly toward the ceiling, as if listening to something that doesn't speak aloud. The soil around its roots has settled into a pattern you can't name, like it knows exactly how deep to go without asking permission. You don't have to fix anything. Not the recipe, not the note, not the plant. You don't even need to know what they were for. There's no obligation in being awake long enough to understand every little thing that slips through your fingers. Some things are meant to be held only briefly, like a hand passing over your shoulder just before sleep comes. The air has taken on a different kind of thickness, not the kind that presses, but one that swallows sound whole. It doesn't echo, it absorbs. When you breathe in now, it's not just oxygen filling your lungs, it's time folding around you, slowly and without hurry. There's no rush to return from anywhere. No need to cross back over a threshold. You're not falling asleep. You're being folded into the dark, like paper tucked between pages of an old book. Not lost, just held in place by something that doesn't care about names or reasons or how long it takes. There's a slow pulse beneath your ribs, just one, then another. It isn't urgent. It doesn't insist on attention. It moves through you the way a stone sinks into water, not with force, but with certainty of its own weight. The ceiling crack has softened again, not disappeared, but changed in color. Not darker or lighter, just different, like it's been breathing too. Like time didn't pass so much as folded over itself at that point. And now the shape is simply a scar from something that happened without warning or explanation. Your feet are warm, just enough to feel feel real, not hot. The blanket isn't tight around you, but settled like moss on bark, quietly covering everything it touches without needing to be noticed. There's no need to remember what came before this moment. No reason to track when the thoughts began or how long they've circled. They're not running away from you, they're just leaving space for something quieter to come in. The night doesn't care if your mind is still busy or if it never wants to stop thinking. It only asks that you stay just like this, with no goal, no achievement, no checklist of progress. You don't have to prove anything by being awake longer than the other person in the room, or by holding a thought until it makes sense. The silence isn't silent. It's full of things that never needed words, like the way your breath slows without effort, like how the heat from your body doesn't need to be managed, like how your shoulders dropped not because you decided to let go, but because they finally believed they could. There's a weight in your eyelids now, not heavy, but present, like something that has been waiting for this exact moment. The softest kind of pressure, just enough to say yes, yes, stay here. Don't move. Don't search. Just be held by what you already are. The darkness isn't dark because there's nothing in it. It's deep because it holds things without claiming them. It doesn't need to name them or explain why they're important. The recipe is still there, not as instructions, but as muscle memory. The note lives not on paper, but in the shape of your hand when you write something and don't finish. The plant isn't dead. It's just sleeping with its roots turned toward a kind of light that doesn't shine. You don't have to be useful. You don't even need to be awake long enough to feel like you've earned rest. Sleep isn't coming because you're tired, or because you gave up, or because you forgot what time it was. It's coming because the dark has invited you in, and you didn't say no. There's a quiet between your thoughts now, not an absence, but a space where things can settle without being rearranged. Like dust that falls not to be seen, but to be left behind. You don't need to bring back what you lost. You don't have to rewrite the note or remember how the recipe started. The plant will grow when it's ready. It doesn't care if you're watching. darkness, it remembers everything without ever needing to tell you. The air shifts again, not with sound, but with warmth spreading from inside your chest, like a small fire lit in the center of stillness. Not bright, not loud, just enough heat to remind you that you are not cold, that you are not alone, that even if no one sees it, something is holding you. Your body isn't trying to fix anything anymore. It's just being. The way a tree doesn't apologize for leaning in the wind. The way soil doesn't question why rain comes when it does. There's no demand for proof that this moment matters. It only exists. And because it exists, you're allowed to be here. There's a softness behind your ears again, not from temperature, but from letting go of trying to hear everything at once. No need to catch every word the mind whispers before it fades. No reason to hold on to what never needed to stay. You don't have to finish anything. You don't even need to understand why you keep thinking about these things: the recipe, the note, the plant. They're not unfinished because they failed. They're incomplete because they were never meant to be whole in this way, only lived through. The dark is no longer waiting for you to fall asleep. It's already holding you. You don't have to reach forward or pull back. You just need to stay where you are, with your eyes closed and your breath slow, not trying to go anywhere else. There's a quiet now that doesn't feel like emptiness. It feels more like listening. Not waiting for sound, but letting the space between sounds become its own kind of language. A language without words, without meaning, just presence. You're not being watched. You don't have to perform anything. No thoughts, no memories, no unfinished business. The night isn't judging your pace or measuring how long you've been awake. It's just holding the shape of you as if it were made for this exact moment. And somewhere deep in the silence, something else begins, not with force, not with light, but with stillness so complete that even time slows down to match its breath. You don't need to follow anything. You don't have to know where the next thought will go or what it might say when it arrives. The mind can wander. It can drift. It can lose itself in old patterns and never come back. But you don't have to call it home. You're not trying to hold anything anymore, just letting it be. Like leaves that don't need to prove why they fell. The recipe you began last night wasn't lost because you forgot its steps, but because some things only exist when they're being lived, not remembered. The way the flour spilled across the counter isn't a mistake. It's just part of how something was made. And maybe it doesn't matter that the note disappeared. Maybe the act of writing it, the weight of your hand pressing down on paper, the thought you carried long enough to shape words, those were the real things. The rest is silence after music. The plant still stands in the corner where you left it. It hasn't moved. Its leaves don't twitch at shadows or turn toward sound. They just are, like old photographs that don't need to be looked at every day to stay true. You don't have to water it tonight. The soil knows how much time has passed since last moisture came through its roots. It doesn't ask you for proof of care. It only waits quietly, in the way that living things do when they're not being watched. There's a rhythm now beneath your skin, not fast, not loud, that matches the slow pulse of air moving in and out of the room. Not because you're trying to follow it, but because your body has found its own kind of time again. It doesn't need to keep track or make sense. The breath is no longer something you control. It's just happening. Like rain on a window pane that doesn't stop for anyone, that only falls when the sky remembers how. The dark isn't empty. It's full of things you can't name, but feel. The curve of your shoulder against the pillow, the way warmth pools in the hollow behind your knee, the soft pressure of sheets pressed gently into the shape they've learned to hold. You don't need to describe them. You only need to notice that they're there, not as ideas, but as feeling like small truths you never had to learn. There's a stillness now that doesn't feel like stopping. It feels more like letting go of the idea that stillness has to be earned. Like realizing your hands don't have to be busy in order to belong in this moment. The recipe, the note, the plant, they're not unfinished because you failed to complete them. They're just part of a longer story that isn't meant to end here. Some things aren't finished. They're just waiting for the right kind of quiet. Your mind drifts again, not like it's wandering away from you, like it's breathing in time with something older than thought. The way moss grows on stone not because it was told to, but because moisture found a place and stayed there. You don't have to know where this thread will lead or why your attention keeps returning to the same small corners of memory. It doesn't matter if the next thought is about yesterday's coffee or how cold your feet are under the blanket. The mind isn't trying to fix anything, just breathing, like water that flows without needing a destination. There's a space behind your eyes now where thoughts don't need permission to pass through. They drift in and out like birds passing over a field at dusk, not staying long enough to be noticed, not leaving behind any mark except the faintest trace of movement. And you're not chasing them. You aren't calling back what's already gone. There's no need to check if the door is locked or if someone left a message. The night doesn't care about your worries, only that you are here, lying down, letting the dark do its work. The air near your face feels soft, not because it's warm, but because it isn't trying to move through anything anymore. It just rests there, like breath after a long pause, suspended in stillness. There's no demand for clarity, no need to understand what you're feeling or why something keeps returning. You don't have to explain how the recipe ended with flour on the floor, or why that note vanished into nowhere, only that it was written, and that you cared enough to write it. The plant in the corner doesn't know about unfinished things. It only knows how to grow when the light finds its way through dust. You don't have to be ready for anything. The soil beneath it isn't judging how long it's been dry or how many days passed without rain. It just holds what is, quietly, without complaint. Your arms lie still at your sides, not stiff, not tense, just resting where they've always belonged. Not waiting to pick up something, not trying to hold on to the past or reach for the future. They're simply there, like branches in winter that don't need to prove their shape exists. There's a warmth spreading through your chest again, not bright, not urgent, but steady like embers under ash. Not enough to burn, but enough to remind you that heat doesn't have to be loud to matter. You don't have to be awake to feel it. You don't even need to know what started it. It's just there, like a quiet promise made long ago and never broken. Your legs are heavy now, not in the way that tiredness feels, but in the way things become when they've been allowed to rest for too long to remember how to move. Like roots settling into earth after years of being pulled up. No need to lift them. No reason to shift your weight. They're just where they were meant to be. The silence isn't empty. It's full of small movements you don't have to notice. The way air shifts in the room when a curtain brushes against wood. The faint hum from behind the wall that doesn't mean anything but still exists. The slow sigh of a house settling into its bones. You're not listening for meaning. You're just letting the quiet become something real. The recipe isn't lost because you forgot how it began. It's been living in your hands all along. In the way flour sticks to fingertips and water pools under your nails. The note that disappeared. It didn't vanish, only left its trace on your skin, on your memory, on the shape of what mattered enough to write down. The plant doesn't need a name or a schedule. It just needs light when it comes. You don't have to remember everything. You don't even have to understand why certain things keep returning in the dark. Some thoughts aren't meant to be answered. They're only here because they were felt. And that's enough. There's no urgency now, not for sleep, not for waking, not for finishing anything. The night isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It already has. You don't have to reach forward or pull back. Your body is holding itself in the way it knows best, like a tree leaning slightly into wind, but never breaking. You're not being watched. No one's judging how long you've been still, or whether your mind is quiet enough. There's no checklist of what you should be doing, only this moment, soft and slow, with nothing to prove and nowhere to go. The air feels different now, not colder or warmer, but fuller in a way that doesn't need words. Like something has settled into place without making noise. Not a decision, not an intention, just presence. As if the room itself has learned how to breathe when you're not trying to. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason left to rush. It doesn't need to fill your lungs or push out the old air with force. It just flows in and out like a tide that knows its own rhythm. The edges of thought blur now, not because they're fading, but because they don't need to be sharp anymore. There's room for things to be incomplete, to be unfinished, to be quiet without apology. You don't have to return to anything. You don't even have to remember why you started thinking about the recipe or what it tasted like when you tried it last. The memory isn't lost. It only exists in a different form now, as feeling, not fact. There's no need to hold on. No reason to fear that something will slip away if you stop trying to catch it. Some things aren't meant to be kept. They're meant to be lived through. Like rain passing over stone or roots growing without notice. Your fingers rest where they fell, palm down on the sheet, not needing to be anywhere else. The weight of them isn't a burden. It's a quiet kind of knowing, like the way moss remembers rain long after it has stopped falling. There's no need to trace the path back to when you first touched that recipe page or pressed your thumb against the dry soil of the plant's pot. You don't have to name those moments now. They've already become part of what holds you here, like sediment building at the bottom of a still lake, soft, unobtrusive, not quite visible, but always present. The house is breathing with you now, not in rhythm, not in time, just in the same slow way that things exist without effort. A single breath from one side of the room meets another from the other, and they don't collide. They pass each other like shadows meeting at dusk. No noise, no need to acknowledge. The air doesn't carry news or warnings. It carries only what it is. A space between walls where silence settles not as absence, but as content. You're in the middle of it now, not trying to escape through thought, not waiting for sleep to arrive like a visitor. Sleep has already slipped into place behind your eyes, beneath your skin, resting just below the surface of being. The recipe doesn't need you to remember its name, or what flour was used, or whether the sugar went in before or after the eggs. It's no longer about ingredients, not really. What matters is the feeling, the way warmth spreads through your hands when you stir, how your knuckles press into the bowl with a kind of soft insistence, like pressing into memory until it yields something real. moment isn't lost because it didn't end in completion. It's complete just as it was, unfinished but whole. Like a sentence stopped mid-sentence that still carries its meaning. And the plant, its leaves aren't waiting for you to notice them anymore. They've grown around their own shadow now, curling inward slightly, not out of weakness, but because they know where light comes from when it does. You don't have to water them tonight. The soil remembers last time. It holds its breath in the same way your chest does sometimes, just a pause between one feeling and the next. The note that vanished, it didn't leave nothing behind. It left something quieter, the indentation of thought, like fingers pressed into clay before it was fired. You don't need to read it again. The act of writing it changed you in a way no sentence ever could. That moment isn't gone, it's folded inside your ribs, soft and warm, like an old coat worn just once, but never taken off. You're not supposed to fix anything tonight. Not the recipe, not the plant, not the missing words. You don't even have to believe they matter anymore. What matters is that you're here lying still, feeling everything without having to do anything with it. The thoughts aren't yours to answer. They're just passing through like dust in a shaft of light. And so your body lets go again, not dramatically, not all at once, but slowly, like water draining from a basin with no faucet to close. There's no sound when it happens, no final click or release, just the quiet surrender that comes after you've stopped trying to hold on to anything. Your shoulders are lower now, lower than they were an hour ago, lower than they were 10 minutes before. They're not sinking into the mattress, they're just staying, not resisting, not reaching forward. There's no need to pull yourself up or make yourself present for someone else. You don't have to be useful here. The silence isn't empty. It's thick with things that can't be named. The way a corner of the room feels different at 2 a.m. How your skin knows when someone has been near without ever being touched. The soft pull between one breath and the next, as if your body is learning to rest in its own language. You don't have to remember what you were thinking about before this. You don't need to return to that place of starting or trying again. The thought doesn't owe you anything. It's not waiting for you to finish it. It's already gone, just like the note, just like the recipe, just like every other thing that once felt urgent and now feels quiet. And so your mind lets go, not because it's tired, but because it realizes there's no reason not to. There's nothing to gain by holding on, no prize for remembering what you meant to do, or why you began thinking about anything at all. The act of thinking was never the point. It was just the way you were showing up in your own life, trying, stumbling, reaching. But now you're not trying anymore. You're simply being, with no goal, no direction, no need to arrive anywhere. The air feels heavier near the floor now, not dense or suffocating, but like something has settled into place beneath you. Like the house is remembering how to rest in its own foundation. The walls aren't holding anything back. They're just allowing things to be as they are. A creak here, a sigh there, a thread of sound that doesn't belong anywhere. Your breath slows again, not because you asked it to, but because there's no reason left to push or pull. It flows like water in a slow stream, not rushing toward anything, just moving where it's led by gravity and stillness. And now your mind begins to thin, like fog lifting from the ground after dawn has passed. Not gone entirely, but softened. The edges of memory blur again, not fading, but becoming less important. You don't have to know what you were thinking about an hour ago. You don't even need to remember why your fingers moved across that page, or where the note was when it disappeared. The plant isn't waiting for a name. It's not asking anything of you. Its roots are quiet now, not searching, just being. And so are yours. You're not responsible for remembering what mattered. You don't have to prove that any thought had value just because you thought it. Some things exist only in the way they were felt, not in words, not in actions, but in the body's slow shift toward stillness. There's no urgency now, no need to finish anything, no demand to wake up or perform. You're not behind. You're not late. You're exactly where you've been all along, lying down, eyes closed, breathing in and out without having to think about it. The recipe isn't lost because you forgot the steps. It's still in your hands. The note didn't vanish. It became part of how you hold yourself now. The plant doesn't need watering, just light when it comes. And so you let go again, not once, not twice, but as a quiet habit of being, letting thoughts pass like leaves on a stream, knowing they don't have to be caught or saved. You're not holding anything anymore, not even your breath. It's just flowing, soft and steady, through the space where nothing needs to happen. You're not falling asleep, not exactly. You're becoming something else, quieter than sleep, lighter than stillness, like a shadow that knows it doesn't need to be seen, and the darkness around you soft, deep, full of small movements that don't require names, is no longer holding your thoughts. It's just holding you. You're not listening anymore, not to the faint hum beneath the floorboards, not to the way your own pulse has slowed into a rhythm that doesn't need naming. It's not that you've forgotten what sound is. You've just stopped needing to place it. The light from outside has faded completely now, or perhaps it was never there, just the suggestion of something beyond the glass, like warmth imagined through cloth. There's no reason to look, no task left to measure against time. Your body feels less like a shape and more like a space where stillness has taken root. The weight you carry, the faint tension behind your eyes, the way one shoulder sits lower than the other is not gone, but it is no longer yours to manage. It's just there, like dust on a shelf that doesn't need wiping because no one comes by anymore. You don't have to decide what to do with it. You don't have to remember why you once thought it mattered. The plant, yes, the one with the brown tips and the soil cracked at the edges, isn't breathing faster now. It's not holding its breath waiting for rain. The earth beneath it isn't dry because of anything you've forgotten. It's just resting. And in that rest, something else happens, a quiet kind of knowing, not understanding, not belief, just presence, like roots settling into darkness without needing to know where they're going. You don't need to wonder what the note said. You don't have to trace the shape of the words with your tongue like you once did when trying to memorize them before sleep came. The paper disappeared not because it was lost, but because it completed its purpose, something only a thing that is meant to be read can do. Once read, it's no longer needed to exist in form. It lived long enough to matter, and the recipe, not the steps you wrote down or the ingredients you measured out when your hands were moving too fast for thought. That version was never about food. It was a way of showing up, of saying, I am here, even if only in fragments. Now, it doesn't need to be finished. It's already been made, not on a stove or in a bowl, but in the quiet act of beginning something and then letting go. You don't have to name what you feel when your fingers brush against the edge of the sheet, just that they did. You don't have to tell yourself it was meaningful because it happened. It simply was. Like the way the air shifts before a dream comes, like how silence can be full without needing sound. The house isn't asleep, it's breathing in time with you, not waiting for morning or evening, not keeping score of hours past. The window pane doesn't reflect anything anymore because there's no one left to watch from outside. It's just glass, cool against the night, holding the dark like a cup holds water. Your breath moves through your chest without effort. You don't have to guide it or shape it into patterns. It flows not toward calm, but from calm. Like roots drawing up moisture not because they want something, but because that's what roots do when left alone. There's no need to remember the color of the notebook you wrote in last week. You don't have to know if the pen was blue or black or dry and cracked. The ink is gone now, dissolved into memory like a word whispered too softly to catch. And that's okay. It wasn't meant to stay visible. You're not forgetting anything important. You're letting go of the idea that importance must be preserved through recollection. Some things don't survive in words. They survive only in how they changed you without leaving a trace. The plant doesn't need your attention anymore, not because it's forgotten, but because it has stopped asking for anything at all. It knows its own rhythm. The soil holds still not out of neglect, but because that is what soil does when no one comes to disturb it. You don't have to imagine the green returning in spring. That's not your job. You're just lying here, no longer trying to be useful, no longer proving you were awake, no longer afraid of missing something vital. There are no alarms waiting, no emails pinging, no task that requires a name or number or timestamp. The future isn't knocking. It's not even near the door. You're in the space between moments, not paused, not delayed, but simply in it. Like air caught before it settles into wind. Not moving, not stopping. Just being what you are when nothing else is required of you. Your hands lie still now, palms up, open, as if they've given up on holding anything. Not empty, not resigned. Open, like a doorway that no longer needs to be closed. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's soft around the edges. It doesn't press against your skin. It just is. Like the way warmth spreads through fabric when you lie beneath it, not because it was heated, but because heat has always been there, waiting in the fibers. You don't have to believe anything about sleep or rest or release. You don't need to understand what's happening. That's not why you're here. You're here because your body has stopped trying to outrun itself. It knows how far it can go without needing to be seen doing it. The quiet isn't a lack of sound, it's a fullness. Like the space inside an empty room where no one ever walks, but still holds everything that was once said or felt. You don't have to fix anything. You don't even have to stay aware. Awareness is not required anymore, just presence. Not effortful, not searching. Just being here with your eyes closed and your breath slow. Like water under a bridge where no one comes to cross. And now, something shifts, not in thought, but beneath it. Like the way trees shift in deep earth when snow melts just slightly from underneath. Not noticeable at first, but there, something settling deeper than roots, older than memory, softer than silence itself. You're not sinking into sleep. You're becoming part of it, like a drop that doesn't fall, but simply vanishes into the stream without being missed. There's no need to remember what came before this moment. No need to return. The thoughts you once held, the recipe, the note, the plant, are not gone. They are just elsewhere, not lost, not forgotten, just resting in a place where nothing needs to be found. You're not asleep yet, but you don't have to wake up either. You're between, like breath between two heartbeats, like the pause after someone says your name and before you answer. There's no urgency now, no fear that something will vanish if you stop noticing it. The world doesn't end because you aren't looking. It continues not in spite of you, but without needing to be noticed by anyone at all. You don't have to protect anything. You don't even have to care what happens next. Not now, not yet. The darkness is no longer holding your thoughts, it's holding you. Not as a container, but as an embrace. Gentle, patient, unconditional. And so you let go again, not with any force or intention, not because of anything you've decided, but simply because there's nothing left to hold on to. Because the only thing that ever needed to happen was this: lying here, eyes closed, breathing without needing to be told how. Not trying, not remembering, just being. The air near your skin is quiet now, not still, but soft in its movement. Like a curtain drifting down from a window no longer opened. It doesn't need to reach anything. It just moves because it can. There's no point of arrival. There's only the way you're already going downward through silence, deeper into where nothing needs to be named or explained or fixed. You are not becoming something new. You are becoming less, not in value, but in weight, lighter than thought, quieter than memory, not gone, but thinned, like a thread worn smooth by time and motion. And the house, yes, the walls, the floorboards, the ceiling above you is no longer holding your attention. It's just allowing you to be exactly where you are, not inside it, nor outside, but somewhere in between, where rest lives without needing permission. You're not holding on to anything anymore, not even the idea that you should be holding on. The space between your thoughts isn't empty, but it's not full either. It just is, like the way dust moves in a beam of light when no one's stirring the air. You don't need to name what you feel. There's no test for whether it's right or wrong. Just this: the warmth behind your eyelids remains, not as heat, but as memory of being warm, like skin that remembers sunlight. stepping into shade. There is no need to think about how much time has passed. The clock doesn't matter here. Not even in a dream would you wake up needing to check it. There's nothing urgent at the edge of this quiet, not even the faintest pull toward morning. No bird calls, no distant engine, just silence that moves like water under stone, slow, continuous, without effort. You don't have to listen for its rhythm because it's already in your body. It's in the space between your breaths when you forget to inhale. The recipe is not gone, but it isn't here either. It doesn't need to be found. The ingredients, the flour, the salt, the way the butter melts into the bowl, those aren't lost. They're just waiting, not for you, not for a moment later, just existing in their own stillness, like seeds beneath soil that don't know they're waiting until spring. The plant doesn't need water now. It's not wilting. It's not suffering. Its roots are curled around the damp earth, not searching, just resting. The leaves aren't turning brown, they're simply staying where they are, still green in a way that isn't about survival but presence. No one is checking on it, not even you. And because no one checks, it doesn't have to prove anything. It just stays, its quietness not a sign of neglect, but of belonging. The note, the one you wrote and then lost, isn't missing. The paper didn't disappear. You never actually read it the second time, did you? That wasn't failure. It was permission. Not knowing what you meant to write is part of why it's safe now. There are no consequences for not remembering. No need to rewrite it or hide it or protect it from being wrong. The words were there once. They existed in your hand, and then they didn't. That's all. There's a rhythm to this absence that isn't emptiness. It's like the pause after a sentence when the voice stops, but the meaning stays, still hanging in the air, so quiet you can feel it with your skin. Not everything needs to be said. Not everything needs to stay. The mind doesn't have to finish every thought. Some things aren't meant to be completed. They're meant to dissolve. The weight of remembering is not yours anymore. You don't need to carry the memory of what you were going to write, or how long it took to make the dough, or whether the soil was dry when you last touched it. Those details are no longer part of your responsibility. They aren't floating in your mind like loose threads waiting to be pulled. They're just gone. Not not erased, not forgotten, just released into a quiet place where nothing has to explain itself. There's a stillness behind the breath that isn't silence, but something older, like the way light moves through glass when no one is looking at it. You don't need to know where it comes from or why it doesn't fade. It just stays. The air near your shoulders feels soft now, not warm, not cold, but full of stillness in a way that isn't about temperature, but presence. You're not thinking about the future because you've already entered it without noticing. Not as a moment to be reached, but as something that's already here, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder when you didn't hear anyone come near. The next day doesn't need to arrive for you to be part of it. It's already happening somewhere far off in the dark, not because you're watching, but because time moves anyway. There's no reason to return to anything, not even yourself. You don't have to check in. No one is waiting for a report on how your night went. The house isn't expecting you to tidy up or remember what was left undone. It just sits there, walls holding the same air, floorboards absorbing the same quiet, but not as guardians of memory, only as part of the slow breathing of the world. The thoughts don't come back because they're not lost. They've simply stopped needing you. They aren't gone in a way that feels like loss. It's more like dropping something from your hand and realizing it wasn't heavy to begin with. The recipe didn't vanish, it just stepped aside. The plant isn't dying, it's resting. The note is not erased, it's no longer yours to carry. You don't have to protect any of this. You don't even need to know what happened after the last word. There's no story that needs to be completed, no ending that must be reached. Just this, a slow shift in where your attention lives. Not outward, not inward, but somewhere deeper than either place. A quiet that isn't absence but fullness, like water filling every crack in stone without needing permission. There is no effort required to stay here. You don't need to believe anything or fix anything. Not even the way you're lying now, the angle of your arm, the soft crease where your leg meets your thigh is not something that needs correction. It's just how your body chose to rest tonight. No judgment in it. No shame. Just presence. The darkness isn't cold. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels like a room with no windows, not because it's closed off, but because everything inside is already known. You don't need light to know where you are. The shape of your hand on the sheet, the weight of your foot against the blanket, it all tells you what you've always needed to hear. There's no need to remember anything at this depth. No need to recall a name or a date or even your own breath. You're not trying to keep track of yourself anymore, not even to be sure you exist. That kind of proof isn't required here. Existence doesn't depend on being noticed. The air moves just enough to feel the shift, not rushing, not stopping, but flowing like water through an old channel, worn smooth by time and lack of urgency. You don't need to follow it. It's already going where it needs to go. And you, your body, your mind, your breath, are part of that flow now. You're not asleep yet, but you aren't awake either. Not in the way that means needing to answer anything or respond to a sound or finish a thought. You're somewhere between one foot lifted from the ground, but not quite stepping forward. The moment before a door opens, when you hear it creak, but don't know who's on the other side. The thoughts aren't gone because they were never yours to keep. They were just passing through, like clouds over a hill that no one stops to watch. You don't have to remember their shape or color. You don't even have to believe they existed at all. What matters is not whether they came, but how quietly they left. There's nothing to hold on to here, not even the idea of holding on. The space beneath you isn't hard floor or soft mattress. It's just a place where your body can be without needing to prove anything, without having to explain why it chose this position, this breath, this moment. You're not becoming something new. You're not losing yourself. You're simply becoming less of what you thought you had to carry. Lighter in the way that only deep stillness makes you, like a stone sinking into mud and never needing to rise again. The silence isn't waiting for anything. It's already full, not because it has answers, but because it doesn't need them. You don't have to speak to be heard. You don't have to think to exist. Just being is enough, not as an achievement, not as a victory, but simply as something that happens naturally when no one else is watching. There's a softness behind your ribs now, a quiet pulse that isn't heartbeats, but the rhythm of letting go. Not once, not twice, just constantly, without needing to be named or claimed. It's not effortful. It doesn't require willpower or discipline. It just is the way roots grow when no one is looking. You're lying in that space where the body stops measuring time and the mind forgets it ever needed to. The air isn't thick or thin, it's just there, like a veil drawn between your skin and the outside world, not blocking anything, but holding back the weight of what might come next. There's no need to prepare for morning. No reason to wonder if you'll remember this moment when you open your eyes again. You don't have to carry forward the shape of your thoughts tonight, not even their ghost. They're already gone, dissolved into the same quiet that holds your breath. The plant you forgot to water isn't dying because it's been left alone. It's not waiting for a correction or an apology from you. It's just resting in its own rhythm, roots sinking deeper than any label could describe. The soil is dry, but not broken. It knows how to wait. You can feel that too, the way your body remembers stillness, even when the mind tries to speak over it. Like something buried beneath layers of noise has finally found a place where silence isn't empty. It's full. There's no need for you to fix anything now, not the recipe, not the note, not even the moment when you looked at the kitchen counter and thought, I should do that tomorrow. You don't have to finish it. You don't have to return. There's no loss in walking away from a task that never asked you to stay. The unfinished is not failure. It's just space where something else can grow. The note, what was written on it, it doesn't matter now. Not the words, not the urgency behind them, not even whether they were meant for you or someone else. The paper isn't lost because it vanished. It's free. That kind of disappearance is a release, like leaves falling into a stream and being carried off without needing to explain themselves. You don't have to know what was written to accept that the act of writing mattered. And now it's done. You're not forgetting anything important. You're letting go of everything you thought needed remembering. The mind doesn't need to hoard things like tools or keys. It only needs space to stop running. kind of stillness isn't emptiness. It's just a room with no door because there's nothing left to enter. Your hand is warm where it rests on the sheet, and that warmth isn't trying to prove anything. It doesn't need to be used for something. It's not waiting for an instruction. It's just heat, the kind that belongs to your body without needing permission or explanation. The same way your foot feels the blanket beneath it, not as a measurement, but as presence, like pressure from another world that's been here all along. There are no clocks in this dark, no numbers on walls. Time isn't measured by minutes or hours. It's measured by how slowly you let go. You don't have to track progress. There's no finish line, no medal for endurance. Just the soft weight of your eyelids pressing down like a promise. You don't need to be anything right now. Not awake, not tired, not alert, not forgotten. The recipe, what was it again? It doesn't matter. The ingredients aren't missing because they were never meant to stay in one place. They're already part of the air, dissolved into warmth and memory. You don't have to recall them to know their names. You don't even need to remember what you wanted to make. The wanting has already passed, like a bird flying through a windowless hall, not lost, just passing through. And that's enough. The thought of the plant isn't pulling at your chest anymore. It's not guilt dressed up as care. It's just an image, a green thing in a pot. Its leaves leaning slightly toward where light used to be. You don't have to water it now. The soil doesn't need you to come back with a cup or a schedule. It knows what to do when no one is looking. You're not abandoning anything. You're simply stepping away from the idea that everything needs your attention. That every moment must earn its place in your mind. Some things are allowed to exist without being remembered. They just are like dust floating in a sunbeam, like breath between heartbeats. Your ribs soften now, not because you told them to, but because something deeper has decided it's time to stop holding on. The weight isn't gone, it's just not yours anymore. You don't have to carry the shape of your thoughts when they're no longer asking for a home in your head. There's a quiet behind your eyes now, not silence exactly, but stillness that feels like coming down after climbing. like sinking into water so deep and warm. It doesn't pull you under, it just lets go of everything trying to keep you above the surface. You don't have to fight for balance. There's no need to be steady or careful. Just letting fall. The darkness isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you're asleep or not. It's already full of things that never needed a name, never needed to be known. The kind of fullness that doesn't shout. That just is, like the space between two breaths, like the pause in a long sentence when no one is speaking. You don't have to decide what comes next. Not even whether you'll remember this feeling tomorrow. There's no requirement for continuity. You're not building something. You're not finishing anything. You're just being exactly as you are in this moment without needing a reason or an explanation. There's no need to reach for anything now. No hand stretched out toward light or memory. Your hands stay where they are open, relaxed, resting on the sheet like they've always known how to do it. Not waiting for something to happen, just being there. The air moves again, not with purpose, not with urgency, but in a slow rhythm that doesn't care if you notice it. It's just flowing through your body like water through old stones. You don't have to follow it. You don't even need to feel it. But if you do, it feels familiar, like something you've known for years without ever naming. The thoughts aren't gone because they were never there in the first place. They were just passing through a door that didn't exist. No one asked them to stay. No one told them their shape mattered. And now they're gone, not destroyed, not forgotten, but returned to wherever things go when no one is watching. You don't have to keep track of what's been left behind. Not even your own breath. It doesn't need to be measured or corrected. Just flowing like a river that only knows how to move forward without needing permission from anyone upstream. There's room for everything here, not because it's crowded, but because there's no need to push anything out. No idea needs to be louder than another. No memory needs to claim more space. The silence doesn't demand attention. It just holds you in a way that feels like being known without needing to say your name. Your body is soft now, not limp, not weak, relaxed into the shape it chose when no one was looking. Not because it's tired, but because it finally stopped trying to prove something. The curve of your shoulder, the small hollow beneath your collarbone, none of it needs to be fixed or adjusted. It just is. There's a quiet in your chest now that isn't heartbeats. It's like the stillness after rain stops falling on a roof. Not silence exactly, but absence of noise, absence of need, the kind of quiet where nothing has to happen for everything to be okay. You don't have to think about what comes next. You don't even have to imagine it. There's no pressure to plan or prepare. No reason to stay alert. Just being exactly as you are, with your eyes closed and your mind not racing. The plant isn't waiting for you. The note didn't vanish because you failed. The recipe doesn't need to be made tonight. None of it matters in this space where nothing has to mean anything. You're allowed to stop holding on. Not just today, not as a one-time act, but as something that can happen again and again, like breathing, like resting. You don't have to earn the right to let go. You don't have to remember what color the notebook was, or whether you wrote in pencil or pen. The paper didn't need a name either. It just sat there on the table, folded once, edges slightly curled from last week's breeze through the open window. You didn't see it vanish. You only noticed that it wasn't there anymore, like something that slipped sideways out of time. Not lost, but simply unclaimed. There's no need to go back and look under the chair or search between the pages you haven't opened yet. The note is not gone because it failed. It's gone because it was never meant to stay. Like a shadow that moves with the sun, then disappears when the light changes. You don't have to track where it went. The plant still stands in its pot, dusty on the rim, leaves soft and slightly drooping at the edges, as if it's been dreaming of rain for weeks. It doesn't demand your attention. It only breathes slowly, one quiet exchange with the air after another. You don't need to water it now. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. The soil holds its own memory, damp in places, dry elsewhere, and that's enough. No need to judge whether it's too much or not enough. Just as no judgment is needed for how long you've sat with your hands resting on the bedsheet. fingers relaxed like petals folding at dusk. There was a recipe once, a list of ingredients written in blue ink, 2 pages full, half scratched out. One ingredient replaced by something else entirely that didn't exist. You don't have to remember what it was meant to be, not even whether it would have tasted good or not. The act of writing, it wasn't about the meal. It wasn't about feeding anyone at all. It was just a way of holding space while your mind moved through something familiar, like walking through an old kitchen you used to know, but with no one else there and none of the appliances working. You don't need to finish that recipe now. You don't even have to want it anymore. The idea is not missing because you forgot it. It's just quiet, like a word spoken too softly for anyone to hear. And if someone had heard it, they might have mistaken it for wind through the eaves. There are no clocks in this room, no hands moving forward or backward. Time doesn't need to be measured here, just felt, like warmth on your skin. When sunlight finds its way under a curtain you didn't close all the way. You don't have to know how much time has passed, not even whether it's morning or night. Your body knows what it needs without being told. To rest, not because it's tired, but because it finally stopped trying to be something else. The air moves again, not with force, not with direction, but like the slow drift of dust in a sunbeam that never quite lands on anything. It passes through your hair, brushes against your neck, lifts just slightly at the edge of your collarbone. You don't have to notice it, but if you do, it feels soft, like being touched by something that doesn't know how to be loud. Your breath doesn't need to be deep or even steady. It can catch in your throat and linger there for a moment before returning. That's okay too. No correction needed. The body knows what rhythm is its own. Not the one you learned, not the one everyone else seems to have, but this one, the way it moves when no one is watching. The plant still stands. The note remains gone. The recipe stays unfinished. But none of that means anything now. It's like a letter written in another language. No need to translate it. No need to understand every word. You can leave it open on the table and walk away without guilt. Not because you've forgotten how to care, but because caring doesn't have to be done all at once. There's something about the way light changes when it hits a surface just right, like when morning finds its way through blinds that are slightly askew. It doesn't rush in. It pools. It settles where it wants to, not demanding attention, not announcing itself, just being there, soft and quiet. You don't have to decide what color the light is, or whether you like it. It's just a shape on the wall now, long and thin, stretching across the floorboards without urgency. Your hands are still open, still resting, not holding anything, not reaching for anything either. They're not waiting to be filled or useful, just being there, like two small things that know their place in the world without needing a name. You don't have to think about what they've done today or whether they'll do something tomorrow. They just are. There's no need to gather thoughts now. No reason to sort them out or file them away. Not even if one of them is still hovering near your shoulder, the shape of the recipe, the feeling of the paper in your hand before it disappeared, the way the plant leaned slightly toward the window when you last saw it. You don't have to bring it back. You don't need to hold on for fear of losing more. There's no debt owed to memory. No obligation to remember what was said or written or felt. If something matters, it will return in its own time, like a sound that comes from down the hall when you're almost asleep. The silence now isn't empty. It holds things without holding them too tightly, like roots beneath soil, not visible, but always there, not growing fast, not needing to be seen, just moving slowly through dark ground, making room for what will come later without knowing it's coming. Your body is sinking deeper into the bed, not falling, not collapsing, but settling like sand after a wave has passed. It doesn't need to stay upright anymore, doesn't have to prove it can still stand. The mattress yields slightly beneath you, and that's enough. That's all it ever needed to be. The air moves again, this time around your feet, cool where the sheets are pulled back just a little too far. You don't pull them up. Not yet. Let it stay like this, the slight draft, the soft chill against skin. It doesn't have to be warm, doesn't need to be fixed, just present. There's no task to complete now. No list with a single line still unchecked. No future version of you who will fix what wasn't broken in the first place. You don't have to prepare for anything, not even sleep, though it may come, not because you asked, but because your body has been waiting quietly all along. You're not forgetting things. You're just letting them go, not as if they didn't matter, but as if they never needed to stay. The recipe doesn't need to be made. The note doesn't need to be found. The plant can wait until the next time you see it, and that might be days or weeks from now. That's okay too. There's no right way to rest, no wrong moment to stop trying. You're not behind. You're not late. Not even a little bit out of place. There's room in this space for everything, even silence, even forgetfulness, even the slow fade of something you used to care about, but now just let drift. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It doesn't need to be filled with meaning or purpose. It's not waiting for you to wake up and fix it. It's already full in a way that doesn't require explanation. Full like the space between two heartbeats, like the moment after someone says your name and before you answer. You don't have to say anything now, not even to yourself. There's no need to speak, no need to confirm what you're feeling or why. The quiet holds everything without needing to name it. Your breath slows, just a little like water settling in the deep part of a creek where nothing moves and nothing needs to. It doesn't have to be perfect, just natural, just yours. The edges of your awareness soften, not fading away, but becoming less sharp, like light diffusing through fog. You don't need to hold on, not even to this feeling. It's not something you keep. It's just something that happens when no one is asking for it. There's a weight in the air, gentle, not heavy, but enough to feel like presence. Like someone has been here before and left nothing behind except stillness. You're not holding your breath anymore, not even unconsciously. The space behind your ribs opens wide, no longer tight with expectation. It doesn't need to be full, just open, like a window left slightly ajar after someone has passed through. There's air in the room that wasn't there before, or maybe it was always here and you just didn't notice. The kind of air that moves without sound, that carries nothing but stillness. It doesn't bring news. It doesn't carry warnings. It only is. And because it is, your chest settles deeper into the mattress, not sinking down as if falling, more like returning to a place where you've been before and forgotten how long it took to get back. The shadow on the wall near the window has shifted slightly. You don't need to look. You know what it is without naming it, a shape that belongs to the night, not your mind. It's not waiting for anything, not for you to recognize it, not for you to act. It just stays where it is, quiet and unapologetic in its absence of purpose. Like a coat hung on the back of a door when no one comes home. No need to hang it up again. The room doesn't mind that it's there. Your fingers are resting now near your side, just slightly curled, not gripping anything, not even the sheet. They don't have to do anything. There's nothing they were meant to fix or hold on to. You can feel them in their softness, like small things left behind after a storm, pebbles smoothed by water, bits of wood from something that no longer stands. They're warm where they touch skin and cool where the air brushes between. No need to press anything down, not even your own thoughts. There's a sound from outside, just one drop on the metal gutter above the porch roof. It doesn't echo, doesn't pull you in. It just happens. And then nothing for a long time. That silence after is not empty. It's full of what it has allowed to remain. Like how the air stays still when no wind comes through, even though there was wind earlier, and it left its mark on things. Bent leaves, ruffled curtains, dust on windowsills. You don't have to remember why you thought about the recipe last night. Not now. The way it tasted in your head, the cinnamon, the sugar wasn't real, but it wasn't false either. It was just a memory that didn't need to be true to belong. That's how things go when they stay with you for no reason. Not because they matter more than others, but because they happened at a time when your attention was soft. The plant is still on the sill. You don't see it, but you know its shape. The way one leaf leans slightly toward the window like it's listening. It hasn't died yet. That means something. Not that it will live forever, but that right now, in this moment of quiet, it exists without needing to be noticed. There was a note once, a few words scribbled on paper. You don't know what they were, but you remember the weight of writing them, the slight pressure of pen against surface, the way your hand slowed just before the end. It wasn't meant for anyone else, not even for you to read later. Maybe it was a promise that didn't need keeping, or an apology no one had to hear. Now it's gone, just like other things that don't vanish, but simply dissolve into air, leaving behind only their absence. And absence isn't nothing. It's full too, the space where something once sat, or stood, or breathed. Like the spot on a table where your coffee cup was just minutes ago. The wood remembers. You're not trying to find anything now. You don't need to track down lost thoughts, chase after half-remembered phrases, or piece together what might have been said in an unfinished conversation that never happened aloud. There's no reason to build a bridge back to where you were before this breath. No need for closure. The body is not asleep yet, but it's learning how to be still. Not by force, not by effort, just by letting go of the idea that it must stay alert in order to survive. It can rest without being afraid. The muscles along your spine release, one line at a time, not all at once, but slowly, like threads unknitting after a long knot has been pulled. Your feet are still cool where they meet air. You don't mind. There's no urgency to cover them up or pull the blanket higher. They can stay as they are, half in warmth, half outside of it, just being. No judgment, no need for change. There's a scent drifting through the room, not from anywhere specific, not from flowers or food, but something like old paper and sunlight that fell on floorboards years ago. It's faint, almost impossible to name, but you know it when you smell it, like remembering a sound you haven't heard in decades, but still recognize. That's what happens when thoughts drift. They don't have to be useful. They don't need to serve anything. Just being there is enough. The recipe, the plant, the note, they're not lost because no one saw them. They were never meant for eyes, only for feeling. You can feel your heartbeat now, not like a drum or a signal, but more like something that hums softly beneath the skin, like distant radio waves you used to hear when you pressed your ear against an old clock. It doesn't need to be strong, just steady, like water moving through roots underground, unseen but constant. There's no story building here, no beginning, middle, end. You're not trying to make sense of anything or decide what matters next. That kind of work belongs somewhere else, somewhere with light and clocks and lists written in ink that never fades. Here, there is only breath, only the way your shoulders release their tension without a single thought about why they were tense at all. No explanation needed. Just letting go like falling into water that doesn't pull you under, but holds you just enough to let you float. The darkness has no shape now, not even shadow. It's not waiting for anything, not for dawn, not for memory, not for a name or a reason. It's simply there, like the pause between two notes in music when nothing happens, but everything is already happening. Your hands are still on your side, one slightly higher than the other. You don't adjust them. They can stay like that the way they landed after you stopped moving, the way things settle when no one is watching. That's how it should be. Not perfect, just real. The air moves again, but not with purpose. It flows in a slow arc near your ankles, brushing against skin where the sheet has slipped. You don't react. You don't pull up the blanket or shift position. It just stays, this coolness, like an old friend who arrives without knocking and sits beside you on the edge of sleep. You're not asleep yet, but you're close enough that time doesn't matter anymore. Not minutes, not hours. The clock isn't counting. The night is not measuring how long it takes for you to give up trying. There's no need to answer anything now. No one asked a question. There was no call from the future or reminder from memory. Just this softness, this ease of being without needing to do. Your breath comes in longer pauses between each inhale and exhale. Not because you're controlling it, but because your body has stopped trying to stay awake long enough to miss something important. It's not afraid anymore that if it rests too deeply, the thoughts will vanish forever. They don't have to be held on to. They can return when they want, like a name whispered in another room. The plant is still there. The recipe isn't needed. The note was never meant to stay. But all of them are part of you, not because you remember them, but because they were felt once, deeply enough that their absence has weight too. You don't have to carry anything now. Not even the idea that you should be carrying something. There's no shame in not having a plan. No failure in letting go without permission. The world doesn't collapse when you stop reaching for it. The darkness around you is breathing with you, not loudly, not actively, but slowly, like someone who knows how to stay still and still be present. There's a quiet between your ribs where sound settles like dust after a long stillness. Not heavy, but full of old echoes, like the moment just before rain starts. And the air remembers how to hold its breath. You don't need to name it. It isn't asking for anything. Just being there, like the warmth beneath the skin that stays even when you forget it was ever warm at all. The recipe is no longer a list of ingredients. It's not about flour or eggs or measuring cups. It's about the way your fingers moved over the counter last night, how they paused above the bowl as if waiting to be told what to do next, then just stopped. Not out of failure, just stillness. And that stillness was enough. The plant isn't dry because you forgot it. The soil is not cracked with betrayal, it's sleeping too. You can feel its roots in your bones now, the same way you felt them before you even knew they were there. Slow and patient, curling through dark earth without needing to be seen or praised for doing so. It doesn't need light to grow, just time, and maybe a whisper once in a while, not a command, not an order, but something like recognition. The note wasn't lost because it was erased. It dissolved like ink spilled on paper that refuses to stay where it fell. The words weren't meant for reading. They were meant to be held briefly between the fingers and then let go, like picking up a pebble from a stream and feeling its shape before returning it to water. You don't have to find them now. You don't have to retrace your steps through that room or check under the table where you last saw the pen. The act of writing was enough. The act of thinking, even if only for 3 seconds, was already a kind of return. There's a rhythm in how air moves behind your eyes when you stop trying to see. Not vision, not memory, but just breath moving through the quiet places no one ever names. You don't need to know what they're called. Just let them be. Like dust, motes floating in a beam from somewhere far away. Not falling, but drifting, because there's nowhere else to go. Your feet are warm now. Not hot, just warm enough that the coolness near your ankles feels like something separate, something belonging to another body altogether. It doesn't belong here, but it stays anyway. Like an old coat left on a chair by someone who never came back. You don't ask why. You just let it rest. The clock is not ticking anymore. Not in the room. Not even inside you. Time isn't a line that leads somewhere now. It's more like breath. In and out. No beginning. No ending. Just this movement beneath your skin, quiet enough to be mistaken for stillness, but still alive. You don't need to remember what happened last night. You just need to feel where it ended, how the hands of your body uncurled without warning, how they softened at the joints like clay left out in rain. That's not weakness. That's surrender. And surrender isn't failure. It's a kind of coming home. There's no demand for meaning now. No pressure to understand why you wrote that note or what it meant when your hand hovered over the paper and then pulled back. Some things aren't meant to be decoded. They're just there, like footprints in sand, not because they were left behind by a person who wanted to be found, but because someone walked through. The plant doesn't need you to water it now. It's breathing slower than you are. Its roots don't care about schedules or days that pass too fast. They move with the slow pulse of Earth itself, not counting minutes, just being present in every grain they touch. You don't have to save anything from forgetting. You don't have to keep track of what was left behind or who might miss it. The world doesn't depend on your memory. Not even a single ingredient, not a word written and then lost. There's nothing to return to, only this. The way your chest rises without effort, like something rising from deep water, just because it can. Like the moment after you've stopped resisting the pull of sleep, not because you're tired, but because there's no point in fighting what already has you. The recipe isn't a plan anymore. It's not even a thought. It's just a shape, a soft outline left behind by an action that happened once and is now finished. That's enough. Just being completed without needing to explain why or how it matters. You don't have to worry about what will happen when you wake up. Not the plant, not the note, not even your hands if they forget where they are in the dark. You're allowed to let go of that too, of the fear that something important might be missed if you stop checking on everything all the time. The air is moving again, not through your nose or mouth, but along your spine, like a slow wave passing through water that remembers how to stay calm even when stirred. It doesn't rush, doesn't demand anything, just flows where it's meant to go, like breath that isn't trying to fill lungs, but just exists. You're not holding on to anything now. Not the weight of unfinished things. Not the worry that you'll forget them if you stop thinking about them. There's no need to remember because nothing is really gone. It's all still in your body. In the way your fingers curled last night, in how your breath softened when you closed your eyes. There's a quiet between heartbeats now, like music stopping mid-note, but not ending. It doesn't feel empty. It feels full of waiting that isn't urgent, not like something approaching, but like something already here, just too gentle to notice. Your legs are heavy, not in the way that hurts or makes you want to move, but in the way a stone becomes part of riverbed after years of being carried through water. No longer trying to rise, just letting itself be held by the current. The darkness isn't cold anymore. It's soft around your edges, like fabric worn thin from use, not because it was broken, but because it learned how to stay quiet and still when needed. You don't need to fix anything. You don't have to remember what you wanted or who you were before this moment. Just be where you are felt, but not named, known without being spoken aloud. There's no task left undone. Not really, because the act of thinking about it was already a kind of closing. gentle end to something that didn't need more than that. You don't have to carry the weight of intention anymore. You're allowed to rest in the space between doing and not doing, where nothing needs to be done and everything is already happening anyway. The air near your neck moves like something remembering a voice it hasn't heard in years. Not loud, just there, like warmth from a forgotten room. Like someone sitting beside you on the edge of sleep, breathing slow enough that you don't notice they're still there. Your hands are still where they fell, one higher than the other. No correction needed, no adjustment. They can stay like this, the way things settle when no one is watching and nothing needs to be perfect. There's a softness in how your body folds into itself now, not shrinking, not closing, but just folding inward with all its edges unguarded, like petals that open without needing to prove they're beautiful. The world doesn't collapse because you stopped trying. It keeps moving just as it always did, without waiting for permission from anyone who might be too tired to keep up. And so can you. You don't have to know what comes next. Not the plant, not the note, not even your own name. Just breathe. Let go. Stay here, not because you're asleep, but because you're already home. You don't need to know if the soil still holds moisture, or whether the note was ever meant to be read at all. The plant doesn't care that you forgot it today, or yesterday, or even last week when your thoughts were thick with other names and colors and numbers that didn't belong anywhere but in the air between your ears. It grows anyway, slowly, quietly, without needing a name or an intention behind its turning toward light that isn't there yet. There's no demand for proof of attention, no need to validate existence by remembering it. You don't have to measure how much you've given just because you've stopped thinking about it. The dark is holding your shoulder now just lightly, like a coat left on the back of a chair after someone walked away and didn't come back. It doesn't ask for anything, doesn't want you to feel grateful or guilty for leaving it behind. Just stays there, soft against your skin, worn in places where hands have touched before, but not remembered. You don't have to fix its shape. Don't need to smooth out the folds or pretend it wasn't used up a little. it's fine as is.